higher self and your intuition, because I'm finding here when I'm looking, you're actually going to start to expand out of your knowledge and you feeling out more into the ethers, into the energy, and know that your loved ones are around you. Would this be your grandmother that's coming through to me? Because she's...
Is Brenda in Mount Orab in Ohio? Are you there, Brenda?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Brenda?
Yes, I've just really have had a lot of obstacles here in my life recently, and I'm just trying to head towards the positive. And I was wondering if there was anything that you could give me to maybe, help me get there, or let me know I'm going the wrong way, or anything like that.
Well, I certainly don't think you're going the wrong way, Brenda. The first thing that they showed me, the symbolism of endings, change and transformation. Now, look, when we have that coming into our lives, it doesn't mean it's always easy. Sometimes we've got to sort of really push through to sort of break a cycle or to sort of complete something that we sort of think it shouldn't be this hard. Maybe going the wrong way, but sometimes it's not that at all. It's showing us that we need to be a little bit stubborn or pig-headed or determined, whatever label you want to put on it, to push through this, that this is the only way we're truly going to get to where we need to go. It's interesting because they keep showing me that you're soul tired. It's like you get out of bed of a morning and you think, oh, I already feel like I've run a marathon, and the day hasn't even begun yet. And then you sort of, you push through that and you keep going and you achieve what you need to achieve for the day. I'm going to say to you, yes, I think you're doing a lot of work while you're sleeping of a night. There's a lot of activity going on, and that's why some mornings you wake up and you really do feel tired, and you are genuinely tired because you've been working all night while you've been sleeping on sort of trying to sort things out. They're showing me that by about the end of August, things are going to become a lot easier than what they've been. I'm still not going to say, Brenda, that everything's, sorted and you can say, yippee doodle dandy, I can move forward and I haven't got a care in the world. You're still going to have to put effort in, but you're certainly on the right track. Have you been contemplating making some changes to where you're living? Have you been moving the furniture around? Yeah, that to me was
I
sort
have
of
been getting furniture. I've been contemplating a move a little further from my job, and that's why I'm contemplating it, because it is a drive and I work outside in construction, so it's a lot.
Right. Yeah, but if you were to move, do you think it would make you any happier?
It would cost me less, so I don't know if that's really where happiness lies, but it would cost me a whole lot less.
Well, I think it's got to be brought into the equation because, if it's going to cost you a lot less financially and even in travel time, they're big bonuses this day and age, you've got to think about everything right across the board. So, look, I'm not going to rule out a move. Would that happen before the end of the year?
Yes.
But sort of like from about October? Yeah, I sort of felt from about October was when.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just still up in the air. We own property, and I've just been, contemplating on moving out there, and it's just a lot longer of a drive. So it's just kind of been up in the air.
Okay, so it's going to be not closer to work. It's going to be further away.
It can be further away from my job, but it'd be a lot cheaper in the long run. So.
Right. Okay. All right. So, look, I mean, obviously you've got a lot to weigh up, but I just sort of feel by October you'll know which way you're going to go as far as whether you're going to move or whether you're going to stay. I actually felt you were going to move, and I actually felt you were going to feel a lot happier in yourself, even though it may be a longer commute to work. It sort of seems like an easier commute in a sense, like you seem happy to do it, like you enjoy the drive. It seems to be a more pleasant drive than where you are now. But I did also sort of feel that once you've made the move, that it's like a lot of other things start to fall into place, Brenda. It's like, I think it's more like, because it feels more like home, it's where I need to be, sort of like, I believe this is a place for everybody where we sort of, we can walk on the ground and we're saying, oh, good, I can exhale, I'm home. I feel secure. And that's what I'm feeling around that more than anything. So, look, you're definitely on the right path. Don't look at anything as being a negative. You've had to push through this. The decisions will come. You'll get out of bed one day and know exactly what to do. So until then, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, keep rearranging the furniture, do what feels right, and the answers will come. That's where we've got to leave Brenda now. We're going to talk with Terry in Houston in Texas. Are you there, Terry?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Terry. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Well, kind of just a minor one. And other than that, I just kind of want to see what Spirit has to say to me. But I kind of thinking of doing a different part-time job. I'm a retired teacher, but I was thinking about changing to an after-school program rather than driving a bus or keep doing that, but adding this other. And I just wondered if that was kind of a good idea or just stay with what I'm doing.
Oh, I think it's a great idea. I think you need to get, no disrespect to being a bus driver. I mean, that in itself takes a lot of concentration and a lot of patience. And, obviously you love working with children. But I also sort of feel as if I want to get you back into something that gets your mind active again, that you feel like there's a new challenge there. So I think that's a good thing. It's interesting because they're showing me that, from a different sort of perspective, that you're starting to open yourself up psychically. You're starting to listen to the messages or the triggers and the things that are coming to you. And not all of it that's coming through is necessarily do we have to act on, but it's sort of like, all of a sudden I get really strong feelings about things, and it's sort of like it's like it's super heightened, as if you're more aware of it now. It's probably always been there, but you've never really taken notice of it, or it seems as if it's more heightened at the moment. It is heightened more at the moment, so that's, you're not wrong on that score. But I think it's also sort of trying to get you to open up to sort of like things don't always have to sit in little boxes, and we don't always have to put them up on a shelf. Sometimes we can do something that's different, that, stretches us a little bit, makes us sort of think in a different way. These are all positives. And I think this is what the message is coming from the other side, is not everything has to stay the same, Terry. Like if you get an idea and you want to take up, being the baseball coach, and you know absolutely nothing about baseball, well, then learn about it and do it. Like it's not about always about staying safe. And I think that's what the major message is not everything has to stay safe. And that's a good thing, because, you've still got a lot to give the world. You've still got a lot to share with people, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the traditional sense of teaching. Teaching comes in many different forms. It's, it's sharing the knowledge. It's opening somebody up to a new experience. And I think there's a lot more of that to come for you. But I also sort of feel that you're going to just know things, and you don't even know how you know them. You just know them. Well, that's part of your opening yourself up, of listening to your own inner voice, or putting, the label under a psychic ability, or whatever label you want to put on it. But that's what it means, is you're finally listening to what your higher self has been trying to tell you or is sharing with you, and that's a good thing. So, I think the next couple of years are going to be sort of quite exciting, because I can see you branching out and going into things that you never even dreamed of before, and thought, oh, that sounds like a good idea, I might try that, and sort of your life is going to become incredibly full because of you trying new things, and that's great.
Yeah, that is great. So I just kind of need to keep listening, is what I'm at this point.
To listen to your inner voice, and it might, sometimes it's a whisper, and sometimes it's really loud. And, you could be driving down the street and all of a sudden a song flashes into your mind, but you only hear, 3 or 4 words in the song, and you think, that's interesting. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's your inner voice giving you that little bit extra, that then you can sort of go with that. And I'm sure in all the years that you were teaching your students, your children, that you taught them to think outside the square, or to follow their heart, or, to gravitate to what they felt natural to them. Well, you've got to start taking your own words of advice now, like this is your learning curve. And, sometimes I think as teachers, we forget that, that we've got to swallow our own advice as well. So, anyway, that's where we've got to leave it, Terry. I wish you well. I think it's a very exciting time, and
Okay.
you're going to have lots of adventures in the next few years. Anyway, that was lovely to talk with Terry. And, it's always interesting as we're turning a corner that we're going into something new, and people are sort of transitioning, right around the world at the moment. There's lots of people transitioning to lots of different things. And, it's an exciting time. But also, the most important thing I think most people are usually looking for is true love. People sort of say that money makes the world go round. I'm not disputing that. We need money. That's part of society. But I truly think love is what makes the world go round. So today I want to leave you with a very, 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 very beautiful love song. Again, showing my age, I tend to like the older style of music more so than the modern hip hop stuff. And I think this was one of the most beautiful songs that was ever written, and certainly truly delivered beautifully. And it is called Truly by Lionel Richie. It's a beautiful love song, and it's timeless in my opinion. So enjoy your truly ever after with your special someone, if you're lucky enough to have someone by your side. And if you're not, be a little bit more like a Virgo, be a little bit more critical about the type of person that you want to bring in. So until next week, enjoy Lionel Richie and Truly. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Crazy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I hope you all are having a beautiful Wednesday, chaotic day, as I feel like I have. It's been a lot going on here in Utah. I don't know if any of you that are not in Utah, if you live in Utah, you know what's going on, but we are just being hit and bombarded with fires. So, I mean, you literally go outside and you can't even see, depending on where you live, your neighbor across the street. So I ask for all of you out there to please send your prayers, your love, your light, your good energy, whatever it is that you believe in, to our firefighters, to our first responders, to everybody that's on the front line, and then of course to everybody, in the surrounding areas that some have lost some homes, thank goodness. From what I understand, knock on wood, no lives. So, it's been a lot. So, and we just had a crazy, very quick burst of a thunderstorm rain go through. So thank goodness, just a little bit, everything helps. So it's been a crazy day and a crazy week, but I am here and I'm so excited for what comes today. Lots of beautiful energy, even with the chaos. I say that, life is a beautiful struggle, but you just have to embrace the chaos, and it's all about how you react and respond. And I'll tell you, I'm trying to react and respond in a positive way. So I'm happy to be here, though. So happy to be here. So we're going to, of course, we're going to be doing readings tonight, but I want to do an affirmation, as we always do. And I thought this one was kind of fun. Of course, I love doing these, they're called sweet ass or smart ass affirmations. They're hilarious. So, but they're also very motivational. I'm going to bleep out some of the bad words, just so my beautiful, amazing producer doesn't have to worry about doing that himself. But I wanted to kind of throw out there first and foremost, the number I've been seeing all day today has been the number 16. So 1616. So this is where spirit comes in and just starts to give me messages, whether it's from the other side or whether it's spirit guides. So it'll connect with like the 16th of a month, January 6, 2016, age of 16. This is kind of how spirit likes to work, to kind of give me a heads up of who I'm going to be meeting, giving readings to, or maybe it's just even validation. So we'll see how that goes. But we're going to read this affirmation, and then of course we're going to take our callers for tonight. This affirmation says, and I loved this because I'm such a fan of the Aurora Borealis. So if you guys know the beautiful lights that happen, and we here in Utah don't get it very often, but others, I think it's more what northern states get to experience the Aurora Borealis, and then of course Alaska. But this says, I am the Aurora Borealis. I light up the world with my glow. So the message says, Mama Earth is calling you. She says, go outside because your butt, we're bleeping that out, your butt is ungrounded. The digital wormholes of infinite media and propaganda have sucked you in. Boy, isn't that true, right? You must you must you must rewield the unsullied child within you. 15 years ago, it was common to take a break from the natural world to browse the matrix. Now you take a break from the matrix to browse the natural world. Boy, isn't that true? Nothing glorious lies in smashing buttons with your fingers and screaming at screens until your brain explodes and your eyes start to bleed. It sucks to be around others who are stuck in the web too. But the aurora borealis, the torch that guides the lost back into the natural light. The world needs your amazing glow more than ever. So there you go, my friends. Get outside, get off your phones, go enjoy. Even as I said, ironically, here in Utah, it's a little icky outside, but, I'll tell you, I really quick kind of story, and this reminded me, we were at, I believe it was even a wedding or something, and there was all this beautiful, we were outside and all the beautiful nature and things beautiful around you. And I'm sitting there looking around, and there was majority of the guests sitting there deep into their phones, right? And so missing all of the moments that were happening around them, so put the phones down, enjoy and soak up everything that's around you, because you just never know when that will be gone, right? So I think it's a beautiful message, and it's kind of very sarcastic way. So, okay. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take our first caller, and I have got Meg from Wisconsin. Hi, Meg. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hello, I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad, hon. Thank you for asking. How can I help you tonight?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was wondering if you could either, whatever you pick up, if you could look into my money situation or with my boyfriend. So I've been having a really hard time lately, but those are the two. I was wondering if you're getting anything on, any news or any, I don't know.
Sure.
It's been hard.
And it's been very difficult with your boyfriend. Is that what you were saying?
With him, he said it was going great until we didn't have a very good weekend, and he asked for some time, and then it's just been kind of weird since then. We have seen each other since then, and we've have some good days. But I told him, I'm like,
Sure.
I don't want to be in this limbo. You need to figure out what you want and let me know, because
Yeah.
So.
Right. Okay, hon. Okay, let me, I'm going to pull a few cards for you, and let's kind of see what we get. And I'll just kind of course, I like to use the cards more as kind of just a visual validation of what my gifts are bringing. So, but if the meaning of the tarot meshes, we'll talk about it. But so I think I'm really more focused on the relationships. So we'll kind of just hone in on that first.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
Before we do, though, I did mention the number 16 a minute ago. Now, does that number resonate with you as far as any kind of birth date, death date, or January 6, 2016?
My son was born in 2016.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. That's what I was hoping to hear. Okay. Love it. All right. Well, just some beautiful validation, my friend, that we are meant to meet.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Okay. All right. Okay, hon. So I pulled just two cards for you, and I'm going to show them on, of course, on the screen here. So those who are watching the video live, you pulled the Magician card, and that card did come out of the deck reversed. And then the other card you pulled is the beautiful Hierophant card, and that came out right side up. So you pulled two very strong, very major arcana is what we call it. So it really is kind of validating, in a sense, of how important, of course, this relationship is to you, how much this has affected you, where things are at right now. Anytime cards come out of the deck reversed, such as that Magician card, it really is about what we call shadow work. It's really going to be kind of validating the work that you need to work on, or the work, the work that you already know you need to work on. And it's the things that, that stem from your past. So when I saw this come out for you, and then the Hierophant is all about connecting with your highest self. It's about finding your happiness, finding what I call your true north. So this really, for me, and without a doubt, is that you've lost yourself a little bit in this relationship, and he may be feeling that for himself as well. And so it's kind of where I said, when I heard you say he wanted to take a break. And personally, I have to get out of my Stephanie, brain and get into my mini medium brain. And because my Stephanie brain would be doing the same thing as you and being like, well, why do you need a break? But then my, intuitive side is going, well, there's more to this, right? So,
right, yeah.
I just feel, I'm not a fan of quote unquote breaks. I just, that's a personal thing for me. I think that it should be, let's sit down and let's have, I call it the come to Jesus talk, let's figure this out. So I feel like during this time that he is wanting this break, I want you to really take some time to find you, hon, because I feel like you've lost that magic, and that's why the Magician card came out upside down as well, just validating that. And I really feel like picking up on you. Oh, go ahead, hon.
We have had some talks. We have had some talks about a lot of things, and it's been a while. This has been going on, and I have redirected my focus on me as he took, because I know he needs that time. But we have had some good talks. I am waiting, though. I'm not going to push him. I'm not going to ask. But I am waiting for him to open up and actually talk to me. But he did talk to me and address the things that I wanted to talk about, and then some a little bit. So those conversations have started.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, and I really do feel like, if anything, that's going to help bring down some of his walls that I feel like, he's got a lot of work to do, as I feel like many of us do. But the one thing I really can't kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, dismiss, I guess, is the fact that I picked up on your son's, year of birth. And that right there is a sign to me of just you really focusing on how an amazing mom you are, spending time with him more, regardless of how old he is, it's just these signs of like, okay, this break is going to help me to build that relationship with my son more. I'm going to find myself. And then I really feel, I know it's a cliche saying, but if it's meant to be, it'll be, right? And for him, this break, I feel there's something that has just really hit him in the last 6 months that I feel he is just struggling to process. So I don't know if you know what that is. Does that make sense?
I could take a guess, and he's alluded to a few things, but I don't know for sure. So.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know if he, and maybe you do, being that you guys have known each other a while, but do you know if he's really had some disconnect, or dad has passed, or there's disconnect with his dad?
Yes. Him and his parents broke up or divorced, and his mom, he was a very unruly, very behavioral child, got kicked out of every school, and the mom couldn't take care of him because of her own mental health. So she said, Dad, you need to take him. And that dad was a severe alcoholic, wasn't there for him, seemed pretty abusive. He doesn't really talk about it. The one story he did open up about was his dad had a girlfriend. He lived with his grandparents because his dad was an alcoholic. And then he went to go and live with his girlfriend in Pennsylvania. And his dad left him there for 3 months and never came back. So that's the stuff he has shared with me this far. I haven't, I just listen because it's really rare when he does share stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like he's really very selective of what he shares because he's just not that kind of person. So, which is a beautiful sign that he's trusting you, and I just feel there's something going on with dad again. It just feels like it's something has come back up, and it really has triggered him a little bit. So just give him some time. I really feel, like I said, take some time for you, hun. Give it some time. I even feel like here, and I know we're almost close to the end of June, but by the end of this month, so here in the next week, you're going to see a shift coming. Now, we are going into Mercury retrograde, so just be very mindful that during that time, people go back in, they kind of go in their shells, or they explode. They just kind of like, just like a volcano. So just kind of give him his time, and I think you'll see things start to make sense, okay?
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, thank you for calling, hun. I appreciate it, and have a wonderful evening, and I'm wishing you so much good luck and love and light.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the reading.
You're welcome, hun. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right, guys, beautiful. We have time for another reading. And this is Kelly in Virginia. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
All right. How are you? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh, my gosh, you're so welcome. How can I help you tonight?
Yeah, I just, I'm still kind of lost on trying to find, a way to make it in this ever-changing, crazy world right now. And, I've got a lot of physical pain and I take care of my elderly mother and a lot of stress. And I just want to try to find something to take care of my family more than I do now. And, kind of lost.
Yeah. Okay. And all right. So maybe just a little bit of kind of a, I know that we don't have a lot of time, but maybe focus on just some, maybe some guidance on what you can do over the next, 6 months of this year. Is that kind of what you're hoping for?
Yeah, just feeling kind of lost and confused as to what would really fit for me. And, I'm almost 52 and I have a lot of chronic pain and,
I hear you, my friend. I just turned 51 and I'm like, what's going on? I'm falling apart,
Yeah, the 50s have really
yeah, I know. Serious. Amen, my friend. Well, I also suffer from an autoimmune deficiency and chronic pain. I have fibromyalgia and, degenerative disc disease. And, I live in Utah. I know you're in Virginia, so I'm sure you understand the weather, that doesn't help. And so we just kind of have to, as I say, put the big girl panties on and you just push through it and do what you can. But sometimes that's, not so easy, right? You have your good and your bad days. And when you have your bad days, you just feel completely defeated. So I get it, hun. Well, I pulled a couple cards for you. And I'm going to kind of show them on screen here. So both of your cards came out right side up. You pulled this 8 of Cups card. And then you pulled this 5 of Swords card. Now, both of these cards are really about fighting, defending, protecting. And I know without a doubt that is you to a T, my friend. You are a fighter, defender, protector. I can feel it. I can see it. And whether that's, for your mom, your other family. But what's happening, I feel, is the cup, if you will, if you look at a cup when it's right side up, what that means is that cup can be filled, but it also means that cup can run over, right? So it's like when they say my cup runneth over, meaning, I'm very blessed, but also can mean my cup runneth over with crap, So what I feel, just some things I see coming, and maybe just to give you some maybe some hope and inspiration for this year. This year, I mean, we're only, well, I say only in July almost, but gosh, it's gone by so fast.
Yeah.
But this year has been very difficult. But what is happening is we're in the year of the 1. So if you add up the numbers in 2026, they equal the number 10. But we dropped the 0. We're left with the number 1, which in numerology, it's the first number. So this year is all about new beginnings and fresh starts and rebuilding. So I feel like what's happening right now is you're just feeling all of the old stuff from your past is starting to kind of, I know it sounds weird and maybe not such a great way to put it, but it's kind of falling apart so that new stuff can come in, right? Because if you don't let go of the past crap, then you can't make room for the new. And one of the things, right? And one of the things I feel is happening is it's the energy, it's the mindset. It's like there's so much focus on the cup that's running over with crap, and the cup that's running over with goodness is being neglected, so it's kind of drying out. Does that make sense?
Right.
No, it's a weird way to put it.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the third cup, and that third cup is you, my friend. And that's you filling up your cup. It's about the fact that you have neglected yourself, which is something that just we as women, and no offense to any of the men out there, but we're not built that way. We some of us do it to a fault, and we help others before we help ourselves. And so how do you connect with the month of August? I don't know why I just need to ask you that. So
my mother's birthday.
Perfect. Okay. Now, has your dad crossed over?
No, but I do have an uncle that was like a dad, and both my grandfathers that were like dads to me that have crossed over.
Okay. Okay. Very strong energy, very strong feeling. My whole right side got goosebumps the minute that I brought up Mom's birthday. And even that feeling of wanting you to know that they're there for you, they are helping you, they're doing everything they can to guide you. They're just both saying, okay, Kelly, you need to listen. You're not listening. You're not seeing our signs because you're so engrossed in everything else, which is normal. It's the human side of us that is, we're kind of stubborn jerks sometimes, It's just how we are, and I'm getting, boy, the number 13 is coming up as well. Do you connect with that number?
My grandfather's birthday. The one
Perfect.
that passed over that was like a dad.
He just validated it's him. This is him, my friend. Wow. So beautiful.
He promised me he would connect with me from the other side before he died.
Oh my God. Look at the great way he just did it. He's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it for national radio, international. We're going to spread it out. Oh, Kelly, this is so good. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you're welcome. And I always say, I'm just the messenger. Your grandfather, you're right. He is such a very strong father figure. And there's such a feeling of him just worried about you. And I know you're dealing with all this chronic pain but I know stress can really, trigger that, and I know it's easier said than done. But please take some time. You have this very fire energy, but I also feel very earthy. Can I ask what your zodiac sign is?
Yes, it's Aquarius, but I also have Scorpio, Pisces, and Sagittarius is my north node, which I seem to be leaning into now.
That's exactly it. Yep, that's Sagittarius. My youngest daughter's a Sag, and that fire, that's what I want you to focus on. It's really about you finding yourself again and going, I've gotten this far. I am an amazing woman. I'm, an incredible daughter.
Yeah.
And Grandpa comes in and he's like, you got this. It's just his way of just a subtle message in a sense. I mean, I think it's not so subtle, but he sure does.
No.
Amazing.
it warms my heart to know that he's proud of me because I always wanted to make him proud.
Absolutely, my
Yeah.
friend. So proud of you. And I know that's something that when I do my readings, I tell all my clients, I'm an evidential medium. I want to give you more than just they're here with you, they love you. I want them to validate things that I would not know. And for him to bring up his birthday, your mom's birthday, it's beautiful. It's
Yeah.
his way of just saying,
Yeah.
I'm going to make sure you know it's me. Right?
Yeah.
Amazing. And also, there is such a feeling, I'm kind of doing my little scribbling here, but, and this is really coming from him. Well, I just heard, and I didn't catch it quite fast enough, I think, but I just heard a two-syllable R name, like Roger, Robert, Ronald, Richard. Does that ring a bell at all for you?
There is, one of my uncles was Uncle Robert. Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, well, just maybe some validation of him being here, but I know that, gosh, I just got noticed I got less than a minute to wrap up, but I hope this helped you, my friend, and just knowing that he's proud of you and you've got this. You're so welcome, my friend.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks, hon. You too. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. Another beautiful night, another beautiful reading, 2 readings, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. Please take care and send all that good love and light and protection and some rain to Utah. How's that? We'll see you next week. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Seanwald. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm your host, Shelley Seanwald. I'm an evidential medium supporting those moving through grief and loss. If you've been missing someone and wondering if they're still close, still aware of you, you're not alone. On this show, you'll hear live readings, real moments of connection, bringing forward messages from loved ones in spirit. These are conversations filled with love and validation, and of course, healing, because those bonds don't end. I offer private readings worldwide, and you can learn more at my website, yourmedium.ca. So stay with me. The space is here to remind you that your loved ones are never truly gone. So I hope everyone is having a good summer so far. Mine's been a little bit trying, but we just keep putting one foot in front of the other. And quite often now I feel the need to connect with spirit and just to sit and feel their love and support and just feel that warmth come around us. Because we know with spirit, their love, it's unconditional. And those who pass and go into spirit, our family members and friends, they are very much with us and giving that beautiful unconditional love as well. And it's nice to be able to connect with them when you're going through some struggles in life and things are tough. And you sometimes wonder, well, what would mom say about this? Or what would my dad say? I miss that advice that they would give us. So that connection, that time with them allows us to have that beautiful bits of wisdom that they can bestow upon us, remind us of when they were here. But the interesting thing is that how they see life over there is different. And they have an entirely different view on the world and how time works. So as I like to tell people who come for readings, we have two views. We can see forward and we can see, our past. But spirit can see many different sides. So we're going to take a caller now. Mary, sorry, I'm tripping on my words tonight. Mary in Owasso, Michigan. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm glad to be here chatting with you. Now, there's a man in spirit that's come in, and as soon as you started to speak.
Well, there's several, but yes, there is.
Do you have a husband or ex-partner in spirit?
No.
Oh my gosh, this feels like husband. Okay, got that one wrong. I struck out. But there's a strong male presence coming in that's giving a lot of love. Now, I want to... Are you married, though?
No, I'm not. I'm divorced.
Okay. All right. So there was a partner in the past here, because this person who's coming in is now talking about partner, and I'm not quite sure why, but we want to get him to come in a little bit closer. Now, this person has a lovely warm laugh like yours.
Okay.
He passed at quite an elderly age.
Mm-hmm.
It feels you have a father in spirit.
Yes.
Okay. Because it feels that familiar, but he's coming through with a great deal of love.
Okay.
He's a warm person. I'm liking his energy.
Familiar. When you say not familiar, what do you mean?
Oh, I said it feels familiar.
Oh,
family.
gotcha.
Like
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Well, I want to say that I have two dads in spirit.
Oh, okay. Let's see who this one is.
Okay.
Sir? Okay. I'm trying to get him to get a little bit more information. He's just laughing. He's laughing right now. They comment about two dads. And it feels like this is the one that you spent more time with.
Yeah, it's my actual dad.
Yeah.
My dad that raised me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he thought it was kind of funny. You said 2 dads.
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah. He's sitting in an armchair. Do you have a favorite chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's hanging out in this chair.
Okay.
He keeps on referring to your ex-husband. This is why I was. Did he not like him?
Interesting. Right. No.
Okay. He wanted to make that known, Mary. I don't know why. But he wants to say there's better for you.
That what is better for me?
There is better for you in relationship.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he says there's better for you. He says you deserve more than that. He has such love for you too. I mean, he's
I know.
grinning. Now, this is a man that took care of his family and his home.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
He's saying that things didn't work out. He's talking about the separation with your mother and that it didn't work out.
With my mom?
Yeah.
Well, they stayed married. They weren't separated.
Why does he say it? Did they?
Now, Now, wait a minute. Now, the other father, I wonder if they're both there.
They could very well be.
Didn't separate. The other father separated with my mom. Didn't work out.
Okay. They're both here. Now, your father that sits in the armchair, he's more prominent, but there is someone else there.
Okay.
Because this is, they're both there. Very different energies from these people.
They've met each other.
Oh, they're coming in for you. They're coming in for you. But they're very different people. I feel they're very different.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So the energy of the man who was married to your mom, it didn't work out. It's heavier. Like it was a more serious energy.
Well, I guess it depends on what it is, but yeah. Mm-hmm. You mean the father that raised me? Yeah.
The father that raised you feels a little more lighthearted and loving.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So we have them both hanging out here. Now they're saying to me that you have a question for them. There's something you called in you wanted to know.
Really? I don't really have a specific question.
There's something on your mind, Mary. There's something on your mind.
Well, I guess the only thing I wasn't really thinking of anything deep. I just know that today is a significant day. So, and both of them would know. It's a significant day in two different ways, and they would each know one of the ways, one each way. Does that make sense? So I was just hoping that, I would get some recognition, or they would recognize, or somebody would recognize what today was. And that was really the only thing that was on my mind, really. But I mean,
okay.
I can think further.
Well, that was what was on your mind. So I'm going to ask them why they're here then, what they're coming in for.
Okay.
Well, they are saying that you needed them today.
Okay.
Now, it feels like one of these is kind of on the sad side. It's almost like there's a passing or an ending of something.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're saying this is the big one. This is the big one. And it's been on your mind. What they're telling me is that it comes to your mind around this time every year. And you wonder if they're
Yeah.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
You just heard resplendent.
Blended.
Splendid. I don't know. I don't use that word. It's not a word that I use, but they want you to know that everything there is okay, that everyone is well.
Okay. Good.
Is there a dog also around us, an animal around them?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay, because
I mean,
there were
Mhm.
dogs.
Yeah. Definitely
Because
does.
I feel an animal energy kind of coming into this as well, and it's like they're settled. Everything is okay there, and they're well. I just heard hard passing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was difficult, and the sadness of that passing has really stuck with you because you had to be around this.
Yeah.
They want you to know
Definitely
that
for
this,
both.
yeah, they want you to know that it's gone. All of that is gone, and that they're here and they're at peace for you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're just giving you lots of love, and thank you for thinking of them.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Today, okay, my birth father, it's been 6 years since he passed away today. And then my daughter, my oldest daughter's birthday is today.
Oh, wow. On
And
the
so
same day.
my dad that raised me, he would know her birthday.
Right.
So
Yeah. They're acknowledging the big one for them was the passing, because that's the hard part of this.
yeah.
But also saying thank you for being you.
Oh.
You were good to them.
Oh.
Yeah. So may
You
I
know,
leave them with
I
you,
guess
Mary? Sorry?
Okay. Okay. I do have a question though.
Do you? Quickly.
I do quickly. I have a new granddaughter that was born just four weeks ago, and I don't know if either of them have anything to say about her.
That they're beautiful and precious.
Yeah.
They'll be around. They'll be around her. She'll see them. Your birth father specifically.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's lovely. Thank you for calling in, Mary. And Bree.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I've been a tarot reader for well over 10 years now, and I am certified in over a dozen different modalities, from astrology to Reiki to numerology, so many different things. But at the end of the day, I always come back to say I'm simply a channel of spirit. And as I say that, I always come in with a message for the collective, and this is a weekly message for those who are listening, things to be aware of as we're going across the rest of the week. And it seems like this week is a week to continue to work on whatever it is that you're working on, whether it could be at a work project, or perhaps it's something like exercising or doing any type of project that you have been working on. Continue to do so. You may get a little tired at times, or you may be impatient to see the results, but just know as you're putting this work in, you are transitioning to that next stage, which is success, which is completion. Because as you do your work, as you move on to the next stage, then things are going to move fairly quickly. But you just have a little bit more of a stretch to go before that momentum picks back up. So take this little bit of time, even though you are working, it's steady progress, possibly even slow progress. Take it, because after this moment, whatever you're working on, things are going to move quickly, and you're going to be asked to do a lot, particularly around, I'm hearing, like making decisions. So you're going to be in a position where you'll be having to make a lot of decisions very quickly. So just be aware, take this week to really work on all your projects before it speeds up. All right, we're going to go to our caller tonight. We have Rhonda from Pennsylvania. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing real good. What type of questions do you have tonight, Rhonda?
I just kind of want to see like where my life is going, like what's coming, because I kind of feel like I have no purpose, and I'm just drowning pretty much. Like there's just nothing there.
Okay, yeah, we can absolutely walk into that. And I hear a lot of people through my clients who are struggling to find their purpose. So just know that you are not the only one out there. And a lot of times I hear, no matter what the age, we come to this point of where I should be doing, I have a purpose, but really the only purpose is for you to find your own happiness, to create your own experience. But we can look into this to see what's going on. Because in the center of all your energy, Rhonda, is that I am seeing this push and pull. You wanting to move forward, but spirit is actually holding you back, so you'll wait. And you're being held back because it seems that like there's a couple of different things, is that you may be being pulled in two different directions of I should be doing this, or I should feel this way, versus what you really want. And the thing is, I think what you really want, you haven't really admitted it to yourself yet. And that's I see that all the time. You're not the only one. Of sometimes we say we need to do this, this, and this, but underneath we never really ask the question, am all the things I'm currently doing, are they making me happy? Or do I really want this? Or do I think I'm supposed to want this? So you have a lot of drive, and I understand, like, perhaps the ambition part seems like it's a bit torn, but you are being held back for a reason. Okay. So regardless of what your purpose is, you are overall in a stage where you are meant to be looking forward and what actually brings you happiness, security, and that material wealth that you're looking for. So I do see growth in material aspects as well. And abundance can come into all forms, not only material, it can be experiences, travel, so much. But it seems like in the next couple of days, you'll be starting to ask yourself these questions. What makes me happy? Perhaps you're even going to start opening conversation with those around you. Whatever it is, you are going to be receiving communication and you're going to have kind of like these divine interventions. It could be a conversation, it could be a post that you see on social media where it kind of starts clicking of like, hey, this is where I'm going now. So it's like a stepping stone. You're not going to have the clear picture immediately, but that clarity is coming in the next couple of weeks. But just remember that this pause is purposeful so you can understand what you want. It's no longer about the things that you should want or you think that you want. It's what brings you balance. And when you find that answer, you will be walking away from situations and people. Particularly, I see 4 to 5 people in 4 to 5 situations where it's just not serving you. It's not good, not bad, but it seems like you're in an environment where you have people and things keeping you stuck as well. And sometimes it is a bit scary to say goodbye to some people, especially if you have friends or if you've been at a job for a very long time. It can be hard to say goodbye. But if you are wanting to find something that has a little bit more purpose, that feels like it's more purpose in your soul, in your heart, on a daily basis, you are going to have to say goodbye to some situations. And you're not going to want to do it immediately, and that's okay. But once you gain this clarity, you're going to realize that people have been taking you for granted. Things were happening behind your back that you weren't aware of, especially gossip and things. Nothing like malicious, but kind of petty. And you're walking away from this into a burst of new creativity, new relationships, and new opportunities. How does that sound to you, Rhonda?
It's pretty close. I mean, I know what I want.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, I guess it's everybody's dream, to be financially stable. I want to be able to stay home and be a grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And know if I want to go buy a couch, I can go buy it. I want to be able to own my own home. Things like that. And I want to know who my real father is. I think all of that stuff, that's what I want.
Mm-hmm. So you know what you want, and that's fantastic. So perhaps for the next stage, in order to get some of the stagnation out, is to just clarify as to why you want these things. And so judgment is coming, particularly judgment of how you are going to begin to move and shift in your daily life. I did get a little snippet from Spirit saying that your father, you may be able to find him in an old photo, potentially someone that your mom dated. It won't be quite easy, but he is in an old photo.
He already came about, and I've seen him through a photo. We're just waiting to do the DNA to find out if he is the one.
Okay. Is the photo in nature? Does it have like a nature type background?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. That's you'll get the answers, but yes, that seems like your answers is coming. You're getting that clarity. Um, do you know if you have any siblings or half siblings?
He has a daughter,
Okay. Yeah, because
so
I'm
she would be
seeing
my half sister.
yeah, I am seeing that with the situation, you would have some type of half sibling as well. So you're going to get that information. So, yeah, that's a little bit of waiting time, but it is up to you on what you do next. Any more about finances? Yeah, again, there seems to be a little bit of conflict about your finances and needing to close things off. Um, Particularly around the masculine figure. Now, this isn't coming in super clear. Um, I don't know if you have a family member or maybe a past loved one that you were dealing with. Maybe it's inheritance, maybe someone passed away and you're doing the probate and things like that. There seems to be an ending and some clarity coming with finances that also has some conflict coming forward. So if you don't have that going on now, I would not worry about it. Because it will move very quickly once it all settles in. Again, this is not coming in super clear, but an ending is coming and it is going to help support you financially as well. Have you had anyone pass away recently?
No,
Okay. How about retirement or anything like that?
no.
Okay, so I wouldn't worry about this message right now. I'll just say I don't have it quite clear as well as it could be. But yeah, as far as getting that results from knowing who your father is, that's going to come very quickly. Again, I'm getting this message that something is changing. Not quite in your finances because that is going to take a little bit more time. It's like you've been working on something, you know what you want now. You've been working on it. Now you're in this waiting period, waiting for more communication to come. And when that communication comes, doors are going to open again. You may not be wanting to see all the opportunities. Also, be aware of that negative self talk. And if it sounds good, too good to be true, it probably is. So don't make any scary investments or anything like that. But overall, a completion is coming and you are stepping into a new layer of understanding of yourself and you know what you want, as you were saying. So it's now about bringing that into the physical in a way that works for you. I do see that expansion of material wealth. Maybe not like a significant amount, but it does seem a little bit more than what you've had before. I don't see you staying still, such as staying at home, being a stay-at-home grandmother or things like that. I don't see that quite yet. You're in a holding period, but it does seem like you're still having a lot of movements, and that's actually good for your health.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. How are you? I'm Perry Lyons. You're you, which is the best possible thing you could be. And it is really hot here. It has been, boy, as my ancestors on my dad's side would say, I'm schwitzing, which means I'm sweating. Oops. So, we're going to just start out with the whole psychic tarot weather thing. As you know, if you've been watching, say it with me, psychic tarot weather is like regular weather except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pull 3 cards, and each of these cards is going to be for starting today. It's going to be the next 3 days, and then the next 3 days, and then the next 3.5 days more. Back to next Wednesday, and it all starts over again in a lovely way. So, and this is kind of, everybody else is saying this, but 8 years ago, when I started saying, if you're hearing this, you're meant to be hearing this, even if you didn't actually consciously seek it out. And if you didn't, what the hell's wrong with you? No, okay, so we're good. Here we go. Oh, Ashley, I love that name. Oh, Missouri's so beautiful. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, and I'm also going to ask you to breathe in. You're going to stimulate your vagus nerve by breathing in like this. Ready? And then breathe in once on top of that. Like that. Hold it for 4, and then go. Which is undignified but vastly amusing to any toddlers in the vicinity. So you're going to do that 3 times, and I'll be done and come back to you. It relaxes your vagus nerve, not your vagus nerve, which is where you, when stimulated, you wake up in a Nevada city in a cheap hotel with 9 unconscious sex workers, 47,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a decade of your life missing. Enough about my personal life. Anyway, Ashley, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, so I never picked these beforehand. I actually probably should. My producer just said, that's a lot of liquor. I'm like, I'm up for the challenge. Not really. Okay, first card is, how do we do this? There we go. Isn't it pretty? It is the 7 of Swords. Now, swords are not always great. Swords tend to be about the slightly sharp edges in life. But in this case, I used to read this as like a sneaky card. I now read it as a card of really positive sneakiness. Here's the thing. See this guy here? There was going to be a big bloody battle in the morning, right? But he snuck into the enemy camp and he stole all their swords, as you can see. And so 2 things. There's not going to be a big bloody battle tomorrow. And P.S., got a lot of nice new swords. So this card comes up when you've been planning ahead. And so a crisis is averted. And also you get a lot of nice like hardware stuff. Are swords hardware? I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is nice. 10 of Pentacles is spending time with family, with like multi-generations. That's often a good thing. If not, call me and I can sell you some Xanax. No, I'm just kidding. I do not do that. I'm very sober. But, you know, it can be challenging. The other thing I've noticed in the last couple of months is when I get this for single ladies, and I don't get it very often, or single men, it means that they've fallen in love with somebody who also, aside from being attractive, has generational wealth. I've been desperately trying to pick this for myself. Very good card. Oh, this is beautiful. What a great card. And the last card is your card, dear. It's the Star card. The Star card, isn't that gorgeous? I use a lot of different decks mixed up because people are complicated. The Star card is a moment when literally you're shining. You are getting positive attention from people you respect and value. You're getting noticed in a very good way at work. You're just getting noticed in a really good way. And it's because you bring a win-win attitude with you to all situations. Right, Ashley? How you doing?
Right.
You still there?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Yeah, I'm
good,
here.
Stevie. Nice to see you. Well, with my heart.
You-
Okay. I love my son. So, quick question. I like to connect people through their birthdays. What's your birthday?
Yes. September 5th, 1989.
Oh, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Oh, I love Virgos. Virgos are the most misunderstood sign. People think they're about being OCD or like, lining up the pencils on a coffee table as you walk by. Not. It's all about purity, idealism, and a wish to bring sort of the invisible good down into the physical present world. I'll shut up now. What's your question?
I guess I am recently separated from my relationship, and I just kind of wanted to know about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, honey.
It's okay.
That sucks. It's funny. I'm actually going to use cards for this reading. I never do that, but I just feel like
Right.
I don't know. It's a little hard because part of me is like, well, that's not forever. And whether he, she, or they, or a llama, whatever, all the same to me. I'm a New Yorker.
Right.
I think one of the problems has been that one or both of you has been, I think the other person has been living in a bit of a fantasy. And, fantasy's great. I love fantasy. I read Neil Gaiman novels and Ellen Kushner. But I think this person might have been comparing the actual real life relationship, which was actually really good, to some fantasy of a relationship. Often people around this age, are they the same age range as you?
He's about 7 years older than me.
All right. He's just going through a freaking midlife crisis. Buy him a red Camaro with a convertible top. Steer him
That's
away from
hilarious.
cheerleaders.
That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, I know. This is my job. I've been profiled in the New Yorker. That $3 will get me in the subway. I don't think this is over, but I kind of want it to be over for you. Because I think, God, I hate to say this. I'm sorry. And you have kids together, right? No, you don't.
No, we don't have kids together.
He might have kids, but one of you has kids, but they're not important.
I have kids, he doesn't. Yeah.
I like your kids, but let's put them in the closet for now. Concentrate on you.
Okay.
I think you've outgrown him. I think you outclass him. I just do. And not just because you have a beautiful speaking voice and you're Virgo. I love Virgos. And because you're a really lovely person. You operate consistently out of integrity. And
Right.
there are now 3 people in the country who do that. And you're possibly 2 of them. I think he will want to come back. I don't think you will. I think there's somebody. Oh God, are you changing jobs? I should have just kept the ducks.
I'm about to get an interview for a job.
Okay. Yes. That's gonna go well. That's gonna go well. You have a lot of Leo in your chart, even though you're Virgo. But and Jupiter, which is a planet of hi, I'm here to help you. Have another cookie.
Right.
Here's some money. The planet of expansiveness and good luck. Just hit a bunch of things in your chart in a very nice way. I like this job for you. I actually think you're gonna get, I mean, knock wood. Ow! That hurt. Yeah, I would concentrate on that. You're probably gonna meet somebody either there or do you do volunteer work, or is this a spiritual thing I'm saying? You do something to help.
Probably. Yeah, I'm a psychic and a medium too.
Oh, okay. Hi, baby. Yay! I'm so glad you're here. Don't touch afterwards. Starting Institute of Intuitive Integrity. You'd fit right in. Yeah, you're good at your job. So you already know. And you've known this about him for a while, that you outgrew him. He was a lot of fun. He had good qualities, but he's kind of a schmuck.
Right.
You don't need that. Sorry.
Right.
I'm half New York. What? And half Mayflower, but the New York Jew is louder. Yeah, you've got a great year coming up, but I think he harshes your mellow a little. I've never used that expression before in my entire life.
He does what? He does what?
It's like a 60s expression. I have no idea where I got this. I think he harshes your mellow. I think he kind of keeps you down a bit. Compliments that have a little sting in the tail, like saying really supports you but not really listening. He's perfectly nice, but I don't like him for you. I'm sorry, I'm very opinionated. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, no.
What?
Yeah.
Go ahead. But yeah, you know what? 5 of Pentacles. He's also cheap. Yeah, you've got something. You should work with archangels this week because you've got a natural affinity for that. You're also good with crystals and earthy things. I'm a Pisces.
Yeah, I get soul surgeries and stuff, so yeah, that's where the archangels are coming from. They probably want me to get a soul surgery to someone.
Oh, it's your website and your shop on my Facebook page, PERI, Lions, but with a Y, LYONS. Post it on my page. I've got a lot of followers. I just think you're good. I get a really nice vibe from you.
Thank you.
Sondheim, there's somebody much better coming along. I would start working with the Archangel Sandal phone, which is kind of a weird, it's like phone, sandal. You choose. 90 seconds. But Sandal phone, he's going to send you a mentor. Not that you need one, or some sort of help. Get in touch with me. I have some ideas to help you, but you don't need it, but I think you'll like it. And Sandal phone kind of is the one who takes our prayers to source, or speeds them along. He's like FedEx for prayers.
Yeah.
So it's S. He's a little weird looking. He's got that kind of, I don't know, who's that Gandalf thing going. But I think he's actually prettier than that, but what do I know? Him and also, God, I'm just getting great cards for you. The 4 of Pentacles says to me, concentrate on you, your home, because you're very sensitive to your environment. You got a beautiful home. Use more colors, and sage it or use benzoin resin. Sage says, "Oh, bad vibes. You please leave." Benzoin is like out of the door right now, mother things. Okay, I've got to go. You're wonderful. Get in touch. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm the best colors. I'm Perry Lyons. That color looks great on you. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Twin Flames Live with Mary Miller. Live from Facebook.com/Worker of Light Spirit. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 2034. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 2035192158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. I hope you've all had a great week. So this week with the astrology, we do have, it has always been a big week, and this is a big week too. We do have an alignment that is very rare, that hasn't happened in I don't know when it's happened last, to be honest with you, but it is a very rare alignment. So we do have, I'll go through all the aspects and then I'll go through the big alignment that is coming up on the 19th. So on the 18th, which is tomorrow, we've got Uranus is going to be in tri to Pluto. So that's going to be unexpected change. Because it is in a tri, they should be working together and flowing together. So it should be more of a positive. But with Uranus, you never know what you're going to get because that's a planet of unexpected surprises. And then we've got the alignment that I'll talk about in a moment on the 19th. And then on the 20th, we've got Mars. It's going to be in sextile to Saturn. That is going to give you strength with any problems that are going to come up and that you have to sort of face. And you're going to be quite resilient to work out how to get out of those problems, even though we are in a Mercury retrograde still. Also on the 20th, the same day, we've got Jupiter in tri to Neptune. That is going to be sort of luck with I feel like it's like luck with delusion. So luck seeing through if people are trying to lie to you or trying to manipulate you. It's like there's a luck with that. So you can sort of see through that misdeception there. Also, so the 21st, we've got an opposition with Jupiter and Pluto. So this is when they are opposing each other in the chart. So this is also can be about a big change, and it also is well, it can be positive because it's Jupiter, which is more of a luck, and then Pluto is a planet of destruction, rebuilding. And then also on that same day, we've got Jupiter in sextile to Uranus. So that all these outer planets are sort of making angles with each other, which is mainly what the 19th is all about. We do have, so we'll have Pluto, Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune all at 4 degrees in the sun that they're in. So it is fire, they're in fire and air signs. So this will be about definitely about people, about communities, where we are. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with this energy. It is something new. It is like a new beginning. The aspect is like a sort of a cradling aspect, and they're all angling with each other. I do feel like it is going to be like I would say new Earth, or there'll be something new about the collective and where we're going. It will be a major transit. These effects will last more than the 19th. This is when the alignment is starting on the 19th. So it will be very interesting to go. I do feel like it's going to be a change in how we do things. It is all because whenever there's Uranus there, you don't know what you're going to get. It's very unpredictable. So, and all the other planets work very differently. They're all different energies. So it is going to be very interesting to see what comes out of it, what happens over the next month with alignment as well. I do think that it could be advances in technology and AI. And I just feel like society and the way we do things is going to change in a big way with this. And I do think things will happen quite fast and how the changes happen as well. So let's go to the caller now. So we've got Dilek. So
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm good. And how can I help you today?
I actually would like to get a reading the 6 months ahead of me. I specifically was wondering if there was any chance of me coming together with my soulmate.
What was that? Sorry, any chance of getting with was that roommate? Did you say roommate or soulmate?
No, soulmate.
Oh, of getting with your soulmate. So okay, but I don't feel like you're with them at the moment, though. So
I was just wondering. What were you saying?
So are you in a relationship now?
I am, but I'm about to break up.
Okay. I don't feel a soulmate around you at the moment. So I feel like that from looking at a soulmate energy, I don't feel like they're with you or they're around you at the moment. I feel like that you will meet them. It's a time frame thing, but I don't feel like it's right now. I do feel like though with this the breakup you're going through, I do feel like that you're tempted or you feel like there's something better over the it's the grass. It's like there's the grass greener on the other side. So that's saying about that saying. But I feel like I want to say tread lightly with this. Like I do feel like you're sort of over the relationship that you're in, or you're sort of bored with it, and and I feel like that the person that you're with, like they don't like they've got tunnel vision. They're not seeing everything, or they're not seeing the full picture. And I feel like they're maybe not even listening or seeing the signs. But I don't know. I feel like tread lightly in your situation. I feel like that when you, the other person that I see around you, they may not be as what all that they seem. I feel like that they like the chase, so that they like the run. I do see like it is very like the connection is there is like very fast, or it's very heated connection that I was going to say. But I feel like that's like the candle can burn out, can fizzle out quickly. I don't feel this is maybe a longer lasting connection with this other person around. But I feel like you need to try it, or you need to see where it's going to go. I do feel like that.
Yeah, so it's not going anywhere. That's the problem. That's why. And I am personally thinking to break up with him. So yeah,
But
like
I
that's
feel like
very
you've got,
certain.
but yeah, but I feel like that there's someone else that you're tempted to go with. I feel like there's someone else around you.
No, not the somebody else. No, there is nobody
Okay.
else. There is just I am wondering. Like I really want the one that like the soulmate. So that's why I was wondering if there was any soulmate,
Well,
because
the soulmate, look,
right
yeah, we
now
all have
like
a
nobody is getting.
soulmate. Yeah, we all want to do our soulmate, and I understand that, but I'm not seeing a soulmate energy around you at the moment. So even the person that you're with, I don't feel is a soulmate. Okay, and I do feel like the relationship is going to come in fast for you, and I do feel like it's going to come in quite quickly within the next months to 2 months, 1 or 2 months. I do feel like that there's something up there, or there's someone around you who is really really likes you, and that connection is, I feel like it's a very fast connection, but I see the energy fizzling out. And with the one that you're in, I feel like he's not aware of how you feel. I feel like you're maybe screaming very loudly to him, or you're trying to tell him, but he's got blinders on. He's very tunnel vision, the one that you're with. And I do feel like there is an unbalance and unevenness there, but like I said, that this is a timing thing. We've got a soul contract here. Everyone has a soul contract, and things happen when they're meant to happen. We can't force things to happen if they're not ready to happen. I just don't see a soulmate energy around you at the moment. That's not saying you're not going to meet them. I do feel like you'll meet them, but it's a timing. This is a timing thing of when the right time is, of when your higher self has agreed to the contract, or when you're meant to meet this person. I don't feel like it's now. I feel like that. I don't feel like you're going to be single for long, though. When you do break up with this other person, that's the thing. I feel like with where you are now, I don't feel like it can go. I feel like money's maybe an issue too. Maybe that's why that things aren't progressing in the way that you want. I feel like that he's following the trail. He's following he's following the path to. It's about there's a thing of money with this other person, but I feel like for you do what's right for you. But I keep on getting you're not single for long. That's the thing. So I do feel like there'll be someone else coming along, but I don't feel there is soulmate energy either for you. But I feel like that there'll be a lot of passion there, and there'll be a fast connection. It's going to be things are moving quite fast with that. So I do see that with you.
I have no intentions of like being with somebody else other than my soulmate. Honestly, that's another thing. And how about my next coming 6 months again in general for like work and all that stuff?
Look, I do see very smiling. You're very happy, and I feel like with your work, I do feel like that. I just see things going on. I was thinking about online with you. I just see you sort of sitting at home, a computer online. I do feel like there are going to be changes, but I feel like you can get quite impatient, and that you do think like it's like you do want things now, but things are it's like they're going to wait. I feel like that you're a step closer to where you want to be at the end of the year. I feel like that the promotion, I feel like you maybe want a promotion, but I feel like maybe again it's not quite yet. But you're very determined and you're wanting to make things happen. I feel like you're getting impatient, but things are moving. Things aren't moving at the rate that you want them to move. But in saying that, I do feel like when I look for a year now, I do feel like that you are in a better place than what you are now, and that there has been movement in a positive way. But it's side, and I do feel like that I don't know, kind of like there's a working from a home arrangement coming up for you too. So I do see that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
That's okay. It's all right. So thank you for calling in today. So if you want to contact me, if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic. And my YouTube and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. So thank you, and I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Twin Flames Live with Mary Miller. Live from Facebook.com/Worker of Light Spiritual. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Twin Flames Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Twin Flames Live, broadcasting live on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm your host, Mary Miller of Worker of Light Spiritual, and thank you so much for joining me again this week. Over the past few weeks, we've talked about what twin flames are, the differences between twin flames and other soul connections, why separation happens, and how to recognize the signs of a twin flame connection. Today, we're going to discuss one of the most talked about parts of the twin flame journey, which is the runner and chaser dynamic. If you've spent any time in the twin flame community, then you've probably heard these terms before, but what do they actually mean? The chaser is usually the person who becomes aware of the connection first, or at least becomes more focused on it. They're often the one searching for answers, wanting more communication, hoping for union, and trying to understand why the relationship feels so different from anything they've ever experienced before. The runner, on the other hand, is often described as the person who pulls away. They become overwhelmed by the intensity of the connection. They may avoid difficult emotions. They may throw themselves into work, hobbies, or another relationship in order to avoid or ignore the connection. And sometimes they just simply disappear for seemingly no reason. But here's something that I think is very important to understand. The labels runner and chaser describe behaviors, not permanent identities. Many people assume that they're always going to either be the chaser or the runner, and in reality, those roles can change. I've worked with clients who started out chasing and later found themselves pulling away. And I myself am actually one of those people as well. I began as the chaser in my twin flame connection and eventually did a complete 180 and became the runner. I've also seen people who thought they were the runner and then they eventually became the one seeking answers and switching into more of that chaser energy. So don't become attached to the label, but instead ask yourself, what am I doing right now? Am I chasing or am I avoiding? Or am I finding a healthy balance? One thing I've noticed over the years is that people often assume that the runner doesn't love the chaser or that the chaser loves more deeply than the runner. And that's not necessarily true. The runner is often dealing with the exact same fears as the chaser, but they respond to those fears differently. The chaser often moves towards the connection, looking for reassurance and answers and closeness. And then the runner often moves away because the intensity of the connection feels so overwhelming. There are two different responses to discomfort. Neither one is inherently better than the other, and both people usually have healing to do. And that's why I always encourage people to spend less time trying to diagnose what stage or what phase their twin flame is in, and more time asking what their own soul is trying to learn. One question I get asked a lot is whether it's possible for two people to both be chasers or for both people to be runners. And the answer is yes. Remember, the runner and chaser labels describe behaviors, not identities. And there may be times when both people are chasing the connection, they're just chasing it in different ways. One person may be chasing emotionally, constantly thinking about the relationship and wanting reassurance. and the other may be chasing physically just by trying to spend more time together. Likewise, there may be times when both people are running. One person may distance themselves physically by ending communication, and the other person may stay in contact but run emotionally by refusing to be vulnerable or by avoiding the deeper conversations that need to happen. Human relationships are complex, and twin flame relationships are no exception, and they don't necessarily fit neatly into one box. Another question that I hear is, why do people switch from being the chaser to the runner? As I mentioned earlier, that's exactly what happened to me. When I first became aware of my twin flame connection, I was absolutely the chaser. I wanted answers, I wanted clarity, I wanted the relationship. But after doing a tremendous amount of healing and inner work, something changed. I stopped feeling the need to chase. In fact, I reached a point where I needed space from him. I needed to focus on myself. I needed to continue growing without making the connection the center of my life. That didn't mean that I stopped caring about him. It didn't mean that the connection disappeared. It simply meant that my priorities had changed. I've seen this happen with many of my clients as well. As they heal, they often become calmer, more peaceful, more confident. They stop feeling like every text message determines their happiness. They stop feeling like every day has to revolve around whether their twin flame reaches out to them. And interestingly enough, that's often the point where people realize they aren't really a chaser or a runner anymore. They're simply living their life, and that's the goal. The goal isn't to become the perfect runner or the perfect chaser, as some people seem to think it is. The goal is to become someone who can love deeply while also maintaining healthy boundaries, inner peace, and a strong sense of self. When you reach that place, you're no longer living in reaction to another person's choices. You're living from your own choices. Another thing I'd like to clear up is this. Just because someone pulls away does not automatically mean that they're your runner. Remember what we talked about in last week's episode, where not everyone you have an intense connection with is your twin flame. So sometimes when you meet someone and they leave, it's not because they're your twin flame. Maybe they just aren't ready for a relationship. Maybe you two are not compatible. Sometimes they simply just don't share the same feelings as you do. And it's important not to use the twin flame label to explain away every rejection. Healthy spirituality should help us see reality more clearly, not encourage us to ignore it. Now let's talk about chasing. Most people think that chasing means sending your twin flame a lot of text messages or trying to convince them to come back. And that can be the case, but chasing can also happen quietly. Constantly checking their social media, wondering what they're thinking every hour of the day, looking for signs in everything, putting your own life on hold while waiting for them to come back. Those behaviors may not be visible to anyone else, but they're still forms of chasing because your focus has shifted away from yourself and onto them. And that's why one of the biggest lessons of the twin flame journey is learning detachment. Detachment doesn't mean that you stop loving them. It doesn't mean that you stop caring. It means your happiness is no longer dependent on another person's choices. You begin building a life that feels meaningful, whether your twin flame is beside you or not. Ironically, that's also when many people begin to feel the greatest sense of peace. As a twin flame coach, this is one of the most common reasons people reach out to me. They tell me, I know I need to let go. I just don't know how. And I understand that. I've been there. Detachment isn't about pretending you don't care. It's about learning how to care for yourself just as deeply as you've been caring for someone else. That shift can be incredibly difficult, but it's also incredibly freeing. I also think it's important to understand that detachment doesn't happen overnight. It usually is a process. Some days you'll feel strong and peaceful. Other days you'll find yourself thinking about your twin flame constantly. And that doesn't mean that you failed. Healing isn't linear. There will be good days and there will be difficult days. The important thing is that you keep gently bringing your focus back to yourself every time you notice that it's drifting. Every small step counts. I also want to remind you that healing isn't a race. Some people move through this journey quickly in just a matter of months. Others take years, even decades. There is no prize for finishing first. It doesn't need to be rushed. The important thing is that you're continuing to grow. So if you find yourself wondering today whether you're the runner or the chaser, I'd encourage you to ask a different question. Instead of asking, what is my twin flame doing? What's going on with this runner chaser? Who's what? Ask, what part of me needs my attention today? That question has the power to change everything. I'd also like to leave you with one practical exercise you can try this week. The next time you catch yourself wondering what your twin flame is thinking, doing, or feeling, pause for just a moment. Take a deep breath and ask yourself, what do I need right now? Maybe you need rest. Maybe you need to call a friend. Maybe you need to journal. Maybe you need to meditate. Maybe you simply need to be kind to yourself. The more often you redirect your attention back toward your own healing, the easier detachment becomes. And in my experience, that's where the greatest transformation begins. Another thing I'd recommend is meditation. If you don't meditate, start a formal practice of meditation, 10 to 15 minutes every morning, 10 to 15 minutes at night. That helps you connect with yourself as a soul. Realize you are not your mind or your body. You are a soul that has a mind and a body. And when you do that, that really helps you to disconnect from needing your twin flame or needing something outside of yourself, and really focusing on your own healing and learning how to detach. And before we close today's show, I'd like to leave you with this thought. Whether you believe in twin flames, soulmates, or simply meaningful relationships, every important connection has the ability to teach us something. The goal isn't to become the perfect chaser or the perfect runner. The goal is to become a healthier, happier, more authentic version of yourself. Because at the end of the day, that's the one relationship you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Thank you so much for joining me today on Twin Flames Live. I'm your host, Mary Miller of Worker of Light Spiritual. If you'd like help navigating your twin flame journey, you can message me via my Facebook business page at facebook.com/workeroflightspiritual or email me at workeroflightspiritual@gmail.com. I also offer a variety of non-twin flame services such as tarot readings, astrology readings, energy cleansings and healings, and just general spiritual life coaching, and I would be more than happy to assist you in any of these areas as well. So until next time, trust your intuition, continue your healing, and remember that the greatest transformation begins within. I'm Mary Miller, and this has been Twin Flames Live, broadcasting live on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Have a beautiful rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world, and I will see you next time.
You're listening to A1R A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for As Above, So Below with Tiffany. Search Facebook for As Above, So Below Healing and Wellness. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is As Above, So Below on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I hope everybody is having a fairly okay Mercury retrograde season. It is officially over next Thursday on July 23rd. I know it's been a lot for all of us. Technology hiccups, scheduling hiccups, but you just kind of learn to ride the wave after a while with it going into retrograde so often. But I'm going to do a little bit of a collective pull here, and then we'll see what's going on for the collective. We have material harvest. So, I don't know if my screen will show that, but material harvest. This is all about grounded money. So anything that you have been putting your intentions in, your time in, your efforts in, this is going to start to grow and expand. And we also have Jupiter in Leo. So anything that Jupiter touches, it expands. And especially with it being in Leo, Leo is a very proud, boastful, and it's a very charismatic sign. So anything that you do to put yourself out there, take risks, take chances, it's really going to kind of put everything on center stage. And so, yeah. And I'm just going to wait for my caller to come through. Suzanne in Pensacola, how are you, love?
I'm good. How are you? I'm so happy you took my call.
Yes, of course. I'm doing great. What can I help you with tonight?
I don't know if can I just ask a question or?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've been waiting for this claim to come through of mine, and it gets always 2 more weeks. Do you think it's going to come to me in the next couple weeks?
Let's see. I am getting a yes, but it feels like it's going to take a little bit of a longer period. So what exactly, we have the 4 of Wands here, so that's great news. And then I just pulled the material harvest too, which both of those are about, really bringing things to you, and celebration. 4 of Wands in traditional tarot is something of celebration. So how long have you been waiting on this claim for?
Oh my God, it's been almost 6 years, but I signed all the paperwork in September, and then I got a email in May saying, the checks are going to start going out, and then there was another holdup. So to me, it could be any day, it could be next week. It's just something always ties it up.
Okay. Yeah. I'm hearing give it patience. I feel like it will come through. But just really give it, I know it's already been a while, but give it a little bit more time. And yeah, I do see it coming through though. So.
Oh, well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, Tiffany. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that.
Of course. Is there anything else that we can clarify or?
Oh, I love that. I didn't know I could ask more than one question. So it's great. I have a friend that's in a distance. I haven't heard from him in a while. And I wanted to know if his name is Michelle, if his feelings are more than friendship, and if he's ever going to express them.
Oh, good question. Okay. All right. So let me get a little bit of info on that. Okay. All right. So, how long have you guys been friends for?
Oh, we've been friends for 34 years.
Wow. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Okay.
But the
So,
availability just came over for both, just came in the last couple of years. You know what I mean?
of course. Yeah. It feels like he's got some stuff that he is working through. And the reason why I say that is because we have the Five of Wands here, we have the Hanged Man, and we have the King of Swords. So he feels very kind of pragmatic, and he knows how to articulate, but there seems to be something else going on for him that he is dealing with at the moment. Have you had any sort of conversations with him about like deeper?
No, he completely shut down, and I don't know why.
Okay.
The corresponding, I mean, everything kind of just came to a halt.
Okay. Yeah.
And he's not doing it with with me. He's doing it with other people, and other mutual friends.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's some personal stuff that he's really going through right now. And it's not that he doesn't care, but again, with this Five of Wands, it feels like it almost feels overwhelming when I tap into some of the energy. So if you want, you can reach out and just say, hey, I'm thinking of you, not expecting anything, just to say I'm there, and, see if there's any sort of response there. But I don't see him reaching out anytime soon, which is probably not the answer that you want to hear, but
it's okay. I want to hear the truth,
yeah.
It hurts sometimes, but it's best to have it.
Yeah. Do you know if he's going through any sort of legal stuff?
That I'm not aware of. He's been very just quiet, hush. It like I said, it's not just me, it's people around him, mutual friends. It's just disappeared.
Yeah. I feel like there's some deeper things going on that he doesn't want, put out all over the place. So, but yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
But as far as you, I would say keep focusing on you. Because again, I pulled the abundance card for you too. But within this specific dynamic, I would, if you want, reach out in a few, days or weeks, just to say, hey, I'm still here. But again, I feel like there's some deeper things, and he's not going to come and talk until he's ready. So.
Okay. All right, well, I'll try that in a couple weeks then.
Yeah. But focus on what you got right now. So.
I will. Well, thanks, Tiffany. I appreciate your time tonight.
Of course. Thank you, Suzanne. So nice to meet you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
All right. Beautiful. All right, everybody. Thank you for being with me. If you would like general tarot, I have my tarot YouTube channel. I also post psychic development on there. It is As Above, So Below Healing and Wellness, and it's totally free if you subscribe. I go in depth about history of tarot. I go through the clairs. I do mediumship, astrology, manifestation, and my philosophy with all of psychic abilities is everybody has psychic abilities, and everybody has the ability to tap into mediumship. And I have a big I'm very passionate about helping people develop that sense, because it puts the power back in your hands. So if that is something that you would like more info on, again, YouTube is a great source, As Above, So Below Healing and Wellness. I'm also on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. But other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening and stay sane through Mercury retrograde. We're almost there. I will see you on the next one. Bye, blessed be.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to Energy Intuition Transformation. Now, I'm Sue Williams, the Spirit Psychic, and I need you to take a breath with me right now because we are standing in the middle of something genuinely extraordinary. Right now, the sky is doing things it hasn't done in decades, for that long. And it's all about the 4 outer planets. And it's Pluto in Aquarius, Neptune in Aries, Uranus in Gemini, and Jupiter in Leo. And they are all aligning at exactly 4 degrees of their respective signs in a rare geometric configuration that astrologers are calling one of the most significant of our lifetime. And I know that sounds a bit complicated, but it is something that's really extraordinary that's happening to us now. And Jupiter entered Leo at the end of June for the first time in over a decade. And that's the bold, creative, and absolutely refusing time. A refusing time to let us play small. And the North Node shifted into Aquarius just 4 days ago. By doing that, it was redirecting humanity's collective destiny towards innovation, community, and authenticity. And on August the 12th, just 2 weeks away, a total solar eclipse in Leo delivers one of the most powerful new beginnings of the entire year. So just go by what I'm saying. It's very complicated, but the brilliant astrologers out there have worked on this and are letting us know. And spiritual teachers worldwide are saying the same thing. Something has activated. The second half of 2026 is not the same as the first. We have crossed a threshold. And into all of that comes this week's Oracle card. It's arriving like a wise, steady hand on your shoulder, saying, slow down, go within, and you already know what's about to happen. And this week, I've chosen a deck which has been created by my very good friend, Dagmar Klingenberg, and it's Messages from Your Animals Oracle. I haven't used this for a while for humans. I use it all the time for animals, of course. And it's a beautiful deck that channels the wisdom of our animal companions as messengers for our lives. And the card that I've drawn this week is a very interesting one, and it is called Trust Your Intuition. And the message on this beautiful card is your animal wants you to pay close attention to your intuition. So if you have an animal in your life, think about them for a moment. Have you ever noticed how they just know things? Before the storm arrives, your dog may be unsettled. Before you get home, your cat is waiting for you at the door. Before you sit there on the couch and have a good cry, your animal is already beside you. They don't reason their way into these moments. They feel the shift in energy and respond immediately, completely, without second guessing. And of course, what they're doing is pure intuition, unfiltered, unclouded. And your animal is holding that mirror up to you right now, saying, you have this too, as per this card. And for those without animals in your life, this message is no less powerful. The animal wisdom in this card speaks to something primal and ancient that's within us all, and the part of you that knows before you know. That's what intuition is. And it's the part that picks up the phone before it rings, that happens. The part that walks into a room and senses something is off, even when everything looks fine. Now that is your intuition. And this card says, stop overriding it. Listen to what it's telling you. And when the sky is this active as it is now, when so much is shifting so quickly, the human tendency is to look outward for guidance. What's happening out there? Please, someone tell me. And it's wanting to consume more information, seek more opinions, ask more people what to do. But this beautiful card, well, this points in exactly the opposite direction. It's telling you, go in, not out. And animals understand instinctively what we humans keep forgetting. In times of rapid change, your external environment becomes unreliable as a compass. Everything is moving too fast. The old maps don't work anymore. But your inner knowing, your gut, that quiet signal that rises before your mind has a chance to talk you out of it, well, that becomes more reliable in turbulent times, not less. And July has activated movement and choice. The personal planets are engaging with the great outer planets of transformation. And when that happens, the decisions you make from deep inner knowing, well, they carry far more power than the ones you make from fear, reaction, or external pressure. Your intuition is not a whisper right now. It is speaking clearly. And the question is whether you are willing to listen. So just to help you with that, let's now do our weekly meditation, which is called The Animal Within. So take some time now to drop into this feeling and connect with that inner knowing. And as always, please don't listen to this meditation while driving or operating machinery. If you need your focus right now, keep your eyes open and return to experience the meditation with the replay. So when you're ready, and if it is safe to do so, gently close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose and a long, soft exhale through your mouth. Again, breathe in and release. And let the noise of the week begin to fade. Let the urgency soften. Just for these few minutes that are just for you. And of course, if you have an animal companion, bring them into your mind now. Their face, their presence, the particular feeling of being near them. Let that image settle warmly into your chest. And if you don't have an animal companion, or bring to mind any creature that you feel drawn to, one that has always spoken to something in you. Or simply imagine a warm, wise animal presence sitting quietly beside you. Now notice, in the presence of this creature, how your body begins to slow. Animals do that. They bring us back into the present moment simply by being themselves. Now, place your hand on your heart and ask quietly and without pressure, what do I already know that I have been pretending not to know? Now, don't force an answer. Don't think about it. Just breathe and listen, because something will rise. It may be a feeling, a word, an image, a quiet certainty about something you have been circling for a while. Whatever comes, just trust it. Don't analyze it. Don't talk yourself out of it. Just breathe it in. Oh, and let it become more real with every exhale. Now say silently, I trust what I know. I trust what I feel. My intuition is safe to follow. And stay here for just a few more breaths. And when you're ready, just gently return. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Take a deeper breath in. And as you exhale, if they are closed, slowly open your eyes and carry what arose with you into the rest of your week. And now let's do an embodiment ritual. And this ritual is beautifully simple, and I call it the intuition check-in. Once a day, morning or evening, just find 60 seconds or so of quiet. Place your hand on your heart. Take one deep breath and ask, what is my intuition telling me right now? Not your mind, not your fear, but your intuition. And write down whatever comes. Maybe it's just a word or two, just something that comes to you. But don't judge it. Do this every day for this coming week, and then read back through what you wrote. You will find a consistent thread. It's your intuition coming through. And it's something your deeper knowing has been communicating gently and persistently all along. But now you are noticing what that message is. And that thread is your compass for now in these turbulent times. So trust it, follow it. And of course, your animal or your spirit guide already knows this, and they are encouraging you to do it. So we are living through one of the most extraordinary energetic periods of our lifetime. The planets are aligned in ways not seen in decades. Everything is accelerating. And into all of that, your animal, your inner wisdom, arrives with the simplest, most powerful message of all. And you already know what you need to know. Your intuition is your compass, and it has never been more reliable than right now. So stop looking out and go inward instead. And of course, if you want to have a chat with me about all these things, such as intuition, spirituality, connecting with your animals, just go to holistic-health.au and connect with me through that contact form. I welcome your messages all the time. So thank you so much for being here with me again today. And until next time, have a blessed week, an activated week. Stay open, stay grounded, and above all, trust what you already know. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Full moon energy, and aren't we feeling it? It's one of those moons where it's actually about really coming within. It's about clearing our energy and really getting into the nitty-gritty, allowing your soul to feel, to know, to come right in, really get into every crevice of your being. It is time to relinquish, release, move the energy that no longer serves you, the people that bring you down, that you don't feel you're in sync with. The energy's worn out, you're going in a different direction. This is your time to really sit with yourself and feel. Go in nice and quietly. It's not about making a fuss. It's like listening to those tiny, tiny whispers when you wake up early in the morning, feeling the words that come to you, the thoughts, the feelings, and especially last night, tonight, today, Spirit is coming through. Your soul is trying really, really hard to speak to you. Please, I invite you to feel into it, because the more that we can disperse, the more that we can let go of all that doesn't serve us, we'll be all working for our higher self, for where our soul journey, the direction it's meant to be going. You'll be leading with soul, not from outside influences, not from what you think you should be doing. Following the planets, following the moon, following the ebbs and flows that will get you to where you need to be, to where you really feel in your heart, in your soul, that you need to be in this journey. Because life's a journey, and it's always unfolding. People come into our lives, people move slowly out of our lives, and that's okay. We can be sad for a minute, or we can be sad for a long time, but no, everything happens for a reason. Spirit is showing you where to let go, where to rise, because the more that you can filter out in your energy on a full moon, whether it be even clearing out the energy of your home, dusting the blinds, mopping the floor, adding music, bringing in some music to ramp up the tone, playing your bowls, becoming a human pendulum, really feeling in what is it, what do I need to clear out, even with your plants. And I like, even with my incense, to take the incense out on a full moon and gift the ashes back to Mother Earth. There's lots of little rituals we can do. Activated charcoal is something that you can use if you'd like to, even the charcoal to clean your teeth, to watching your words, vocalizing, lifting your voice, allowing the voice to come up and emote, shaking, dancing. It's not just about a ritual or writing something on a piece of paper, putting it in the freezer, going, oh, yes, this is another full moon. ER or accident emergency will be full tonight. It's not all about what you've noticed in the past. feel what it is. What does it truly mean to you when you have the full moon energy? I know some of my clients that feel quite antsy and ramped up, and they need to let go of past hurts, let go of the people pleasing, the limiting beliefs, what they've been telling themselves for the month, coming back in and feeling often just the words release, 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 and just let it go. It doesn't have to be a huge ritual. You know, it's nice even to sit on the shower floor and just have the water come down and cleanse you. If you're lucky enough to live near the beach or at the beach on a full moon, go for a dip in the water. Be the river. Water, when we look at water, we are emotions, and the water is allowing to drift with the tides. And that's what happens with the moon. We actually drift with the tides, we drift with the ebbs and flows. And then we look at also the planets that are coming in. So it's about surrounding yourself with positive energy, people that lift you up, situations that bring you peace. Avoid negativity. Bring the light into you. Allow the light to come up to you. It's really important. It's really important to feel into a spark. There's a spark inside you to really feel into it and feel like, come on, ignite my heart, ignite my soul. This is about you. It's not about anybody else. Do not let the outside drama or the outside world, the feels, what's going on in the world at the moment. It's just horrific. Allow your energy to go out, disperse it out, put a big disco ball around you, but please come back to you, believe in you. And that's my little Miss Salsi divine guidance for the week. I have Michelle coming through. Thank you, everybody, for listening. How are you, Michelle? I love that you called in today. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you. I just was wondering, I just went through a divorce about 8 months ago, and I'm just looking for a house right now, and I'm just wondering if you see anything when I'll buy a house, or if it's in the city I'll want to be in, or anything surrounding that.
Interesting. I saw an actual white house. Interesting.
What's that?
I saw a white house, like
a white
house that's painted, a house that's painted white or white paneling.
Okay.
Are you near the country now and looking to move further out?
I'm not. I'm actually in a city, and I want to stay in the city because of my kids' school district, but because of the market, that's why I'm kind of asking, because it's a rough market right now.
At the moment, I'm seeing you moving further out because I feel that you're not right in the hustle and bustle. So you might have to go a little further out there, maybe for services. The reason I felt, is there big parks around you right now?
You felt what? That it was what around me?
Is there big parks around you right now?
Big, I'm
park,
sorry,
you know, where you
I
go
don't
to
understand.
play. A park is something where you go to play. You can walk in, sit, read a book. It's nature, trees. We call them parks here.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So what I'm looking at is there parks around where you are now?
Not really. No.
Okay, because I am seeing the parks. I'm actually seeing that you're further away from services. So
Okay.
I still feel that you'll be either going on the outskirts of where you are, more country, more like it's not the hustle and bustle of the city. And that, that does not mean that you can't come back to the city. It means you're starting somewhere. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Have you already bought a house before? Sorry, have you already bought a house before?
Yes, yes.
Have you owned a house before? Yeah, yeah, because they just told me
Two
you're
houses.
starting somewhere and they said she's already bought house. So, okay, so yes. So you're going out, but you will be out. I feel you can come back in, but not just yet. But it's better to be in the market. Doesn't mean you even have to live in this house for now. But I'm not seeing it right, the energy of where you are now. I'm definitely not seeing it, especially if you're not around these parks. I'm definitely not seeing it. That doesn't mean that you can't do that, but you will need to wait longer to get where you want to be right now. I actually see a lot more happiness coming into you. I feel that you are actually going to settle more in your own energy and in your innate knowing. I feel you're going to actually have a lot more love and control of yourself, and people are hedging towards you. So that's good. I don't know if you're a little bit isolated before, but people are coming more into your field now. I love that for you. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah. Are you speaking about career or just people in general?
I'm talking about you coming into you, like career people in general. I'm talking about all round here. Are you self-employed now? Yeah. Yep.
Partially.
That's probably why
I have a full-time job and a self-employed job.
Okay. When I feel and I look around you, I felt it was you in the entirety. That's why I decided, okay, they're showing me all around you that you were self-employed. So something's going to come up here with you, with the way you earn your money, that you will be earning more, that you can say, yep, I did this. It's like you're standing in your power now, which I feel very proud of you for, because it's been a long haul. This just didn't happen overnight. And even so, congratulate yourself, because Spirit keeps saying congratulations. So you've done the hard yards. And, that doesn't mean that you can't buy a home a bit further out, even either live in it for a while and then come back. It's just that they're just showing me now it's not the best for you. It could be financial suicide, that's all. So we don't want that to happen for you, do we? But they're saying how smart you are, and they're saying how smart you are with money. So I love that. Just because you have a strong pull to a certain house, please do your sums, do your budgets, because it might be a matter of just waiting or tweaking where you are. Are your kids students? Because I see two students around you. Are your children students?
Yes. Yep. All three of them. Yep. They're all students.
Yep. Because I'm seeing students around you. And when I look at this house, it's going to accommodate the students. It's going to be a child-friendly or what the student keeps saying friendly. So it's probably going to be a bigger house. Interesting. It's not small, but it's white. It's glowing. And when it's glowing, it could be that you're protected around this, but I do see this. I see an extra job coming in around your career, and it has to do with what's going on with your employment now. And I love that for you. And I'm just sending you lots of love. Keep manifesting, keep putting it out there, because just because we're not seeing it now, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the future. Your prayers are always answered if you keep asking for what you would love to come in your beautiful family home in the city that you reside in right now, and just allow it to come in. Just allow, just let go, look and feel into it. Much love to you. And Michelle, you've got this. I just see it's just, it's really light and bright. So I love the home being light and bright as well, because I can see the brightness and the lift. It's very light in energy too. So that's beautiful for you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/group/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jenna Lee Wynn. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I'm so excited to be here today to introduce myself and to let everybody know who I am and what I do. So, as of right now, I live in southern Idaho, and I have been able to see since I was 3 years old. And my ability started when I was very young. However, I did not understand what was happening to me. I was seeing spirits outside of my window, inside of my doorway, and I was terrified growing up. And as I started to develop my abilities, they became stronger and stronger. I really tuned into Sylvia Browne, if you know Sylvia Browne, and watched her shows. And eventually I went to her hypnosis school and I became a spiritual hypnotherapist, and I specialize in past life regression. So that's kind of what started my career. I really wanted to get into hypnosis. And as I was doing hypnosis and people were telling me what they were going through in their stories, I just all of a sudden knew what to tell them. As I put them under into hypnosis, I was starting to stream messages. Like, I call it downloading, or, it's channeling. It's like a form of channeling, but streaming messages to them during hypnosis. And that is originally how I got into doing more readings for people. When I was about, I would say about 25 or 30, I ended up getting very, very, very sick. And only a natural doctor could tell me what was wrong with me after lots of months of studying and researching and seeing different doctors. And that natural doctor led me on my path to become a natural doctor myself. So I'm a naturopathic practitioner as well, which is like a natural chiropractor. And I have just put all of my tools together, and now I do readings. I am a naturopathic chiropractor, naturopathic practitioner, and I do own crystal shops as well. So I have a plethora of things. Now I teach everything: numerology, pendulums, how to do readings, hypnosis, cupping therapy. And now I just have a beautiful career where I'm able to share all my experiences. Since I have studied with natural doctors all over the world, I have studied with 7 of them, and I'm very good at holistic health as well. But since past life regression hypnosis was the thing that started my career, that's what I wanted to talk about today. And I have a few notes because I've been doing this for 11 years now, and this is where my passion started. So, number 1, what is a past life regression? A past life regression is a hypnosis technique we use to go back in and understand and experience your past lives. And there are several reasons that we do past life regressions. And the first thing that we're really looking for is negative cell memory. Now, think about negative cell memory as being PTSD carried on from a past life. And with this negative cell memory, once your subconscious mind and conscious mind meet together about what is happening, we can go back into the body and into the mind and heal like fears and phobias, illness and sicknesses, sometimes relationship problems, addictions, and chronic pain too. So that's one thing that we're looking for is negative cell memory. And the next reason that we would do a past life regression is to learn soul characteristics. What has your soul carried every single lifetime over and over and over? Have you been a healer several times before? Have you been somebody who tends to children several times before? Have you worked with the earth many times before? So we're looking for soul characteristics. And then the third thing that we would learn is soul recognition. This one gets me so excited. Soul recognition is when you have had something in this lifetime that has lived with you previously in other lifetimes as well, because they say that we chart the same souls but into different characters in our lifetimes. Now, another thing that we can do with past life regressions is heal karma and cut connections to bad karmic ties. And then just to understand, the next one is to understand who people are to you. Have they been in many lifetimes with you before? What has their role been like to you and for you in all those other lifetimes? And so those are some of the reasons that we would want to do a past life regression and just understand who you really are at that soul level. Now, when we get into the past life, there are several ways that you can experience a past life regression. Now, some people see it, right? And seeing it is more like, when you think back to your first car, what does your first car look like? What color is it? What was the inside like? What kind of radio system did you have in there? And how you see that in your mind, even though your eyes are open, is exactly how you would experience it during your past life regression. The other way that you can experience it is through your emotions, feeling the emotions come up and rising, and then allowing yourself to open up that way. Some people feel it in their physical bodies. They'll feel pain, or they'll feel like tingling or some numbness. And some people hear it just like it's being told to them, and some people just know it. And so those are some experiences. Those are some ways. Now, I really want to talk some experiences. If we do take colors, I am so open to talking about past life regressions, and I'm doing some numerology for you guys if that's something that you want to do. I'm so excited about numerology, by the way. All right. Some of these are so exciting. So one time I had a lady who came in. She had had lots and lots of jaw problems, lots of headaches, lots of migraines. And when we go in to do a past life regression, as the story unfolds, she is having an argument with her boyfriend. She's telling me that they're arguing. She's telling me how she's dressed. She's telling me that she does not like the way that he's talking to her. So she turns away from him, and he's yelling at her. And as the story progresses, she ends up in the hospital room. She says that she knows that she's technically knocked out and that she's asleep, but she knows that there's like nurses and doctors walking around her. And then the story progresses, and she is in the recovery room. She says she's in a lot of pain in her jaw. And her mom is there feeding her soup. And when I asked her, well, how did you get here? She goes back to the surgery room. And she knows that that's how she got to the recovery room. So I have her take another step back. What caused you to have to be to the hospital? And she said it just looked like a large basketball came at her face. Something bright orange came at her face. Now, she had not put it together yet, but we had enough evidence that she had carried over a negative cell memory. And so I took her to the scene of a waterfall to wash over all the negative energy. And as she stepped into that healing water, she said, oh, I got it. I was fighting with my boyfriend. He did not like how I was reacting. He didn't like that I turned away from him. And when he called her name again, he actually shot her. And he shot her right in the face. Now, that's why she had to go have reconstruction. That's why her jaw hurt. But the interesting part was, and I had known this enough to know that she had had many, many jaw problems in this lifetime. In fact, they had pulled 2 teeth from her mouth, hoping to relieve pain. And they were just talking about cutting a part of her jaw out and putting another part in to help relieve that pain and just get rid of it. So once her subconscious mind and conscious mind met together, that this happened in the past, and she no longer needed to carry this with her, I reminded her body that it needed to go to how it was blueprinted in this lifetime, and it can like let go of that pain. 2 weeks later, she messaged me and told me that she no longer had any pain and that she had been in so much pain her whole life. She did not know what it was like to live without pain. And she has never had the pain ever again. Now, that is some negative cell memory from some physical trauma that she packed in. And I love these stories. So I've got quite a few more. Oh my gosh, this one was so exciting. One time I had a lady and she wanted to quit smoking. She was going to have a baby. And as she was coming in for non-smoking, we did a non-smoking session and she reduced by half. Then the second time she came in, no change. The third time she came in, no change. So if we have several things that, something we want to change, and we tried several times in other ways, a lot of times it is correlated with a past life. So I do a past life regression with her. And she has a past life, has nothing to do with smoking, has another past life regression, nothing to do with smoking, because you'll do 3 lifetimes with me in a session. So the third lifetime, she actually has a present day memory as she was sitting on the counter at her grandma's house. Nothing about smoking. Well, when the session ended and we hadn't uncovered anything and she went home, it hit me afterwards. We had another session to clear everything up. And when I tapped in to do a reading with her, she was actually pregnant, but the grandma was reincarnating back into this body, into the baby. And the grandma had actually passed away from smoking too much. And the baby wanted to not come back as a smoker. And once we cleared the baby's energy, the lady just quit smoking altogether. And so it's just it's really cool. And it was so hard to uncover because I wasn't actually working with the mom's energy. I was actually working with the baby's energy. And once I had identified that and put that together through my abilities, she was cleared, the baby was cleared, and no more smoking. So that one's really cool too. That's a story for an addiction story. Oh yeah, okay. Just see if I can. So I don't write my stories down out by hand. I just have the title of them. So I'm recalling this in my mind as I'm going, and I can still visualize this as I'm saying this too. So you'll see me looking off screen and blinking a lot because the memories are coming back in. But this is another story of like an addiction. But I had a lady who, she had a very hard relationship with her mother in this lifetime. She didn't understand her mother. Her mother was an alcoholic. She had struggled her whole life, even as an adult, with her mother and the relationship they had. But she wanted to do a past life regression, not looking for anything in specific, I believe. And when she goes back into a lifetime, she is a man. She is very high up in the business, more like a tax accountant or something for a very big firm. She has a beautiful, large white house, mature trees, green lawn, white fence all the way around. And he has a family, a wife and 2 kids. Now, work is so stressful that when he comes home, he does not want to be around the kids. He tends to be grouchy to the wife, and he starts to drink. And the drinking at home wasn't enough, so he started to take a flask to work every single day. And before long, he was a full-blown alcoholic at home and at work and stopped being able to function so much. As I'm asking my client to tune into who she was back then, the male, to his wife, how did his wife react to that? And she was afraid to leave. They were secure. She was afraid for the children. She had to hide the children often so they didn't get in trouble. And just tuning into her emotions and how she felt, how the wife felt during that time. And when I asked her if she recognized anybody in that lifetime being again with her in this lifetime, she said yes. The wife in that lifetime was her mother currently in this lifetime. And it was interesting to see it unfold because she could see the alcoholism from both sides, how her mom was now and how he was then in the past life. And they had actually contracted to understand addiction through alcoholism on both sides, what it was like to be the alcoholic and what it was like to be on the other end of alcoholism. And she said that she had been in therapy for years, her whole adult life, for years. She'd been going for over a decade that I could recall. She no longer needed therapy after that. She understood, and it ended up healing the whole situation and being able to forgive her mom for the first time and understand herself better. And so that was a really other cool one for addiction. Oh my gosh, this one's so cool. Now, sometimes when we're doing past lives, we get what we call fragmented energy, because not everybody tends to cross over right away, as we all know. So this one was actually one of my dear friends. I was teaching my hypnosis school, and she was a student of mine. And as she's going in to this past life regression, she is telling us that she is so in love with this boy. She's about 18 years old. She's so in love with him. She tells us the story of how she's outside on this farm that she grew up on, and she's playing with the horses, but her wedding's coming in 3 days. She's going to marry the love of her life. She's so excited. And then the scene starts to shift, and she's going down the aisle, and she's marrying the love of her life, and they end up having 2 little girls. And as the story's progressing, they're at a graveside, and she had been pregnant again with a little boy, and shortly after his birth, the little boy died, and they were burying him. And as the story keeps continuing, the family kind of goes through that rocky session with, grief and loss and distancing from partners and things like that. And as she can recall, the husband is outside and she's watching her girls play. She's in her rocking chair on the porch. And pretty soon the husband takes the girls and leaves and never returns. She says that she's been waiting there for him. He never came back with the girls. She'd never seen the girls again, but she can tell you exactly what their names are, how old they would be right now, and all sorts of information, where they're living, the town, the state, lots of different things. And it doesn't quite make sense, right? She's just in the rocking chair. I'm like, well, how did you take care of yourself? And she says, I don't know. So, well, how long have you been waiting? I don't know. And as the story keeps unfolding, it just doesn't quite make sense. And so I start to have to tune in with my abilities. And so I ask her, can you see the light? And she goes, yeah, it's over there. And I said, well, can you go to the light? And she said, do you want me to leave my chair? And I said, yes. And she goes over to the light and she just starts crying overwhelming love and compassion, just sobbing, because in the light was her family. So what had happened was, somehow or another, she had gotten sick. She had passed away, and to her, both her memory, she was just staying in the chair, just waiting for her family. She didn't realize that it was time for her to go, to cross over, to move on. She had been stuck that long, for so long. Her family had already moved on and crossed over. So we had estimated she had probably been there for at least 150 years, if I remember correctly, because she did give us the date, the town it was in, and all the information. So in that case, there are sometimes where people's part of their energy, fragmented energy, gets stuck, and we have to cross them over so that they can come together and feel more whole and more complete in this lifetime. And I have seen that a lot of times. Okay, so that's super exciting. So another reason that we would really want to do this is to learn who people are for you and who people are to me. So I had another one that taught me my abilities, and you can come back in with stronger abilities than you've ever had just by tuning in who you used to be, which is soul characteristics. So I'm so excited to be here with you guys. This is so much fun. This is definitely my passion. Again, I'm Emily. I do spiritual hypnosis. I am a natural chiropractor. I do readings of all kinds, and I am super excited to get to meet everybody and start taking calls in the next little bit, so you guys can get to learn me and my abilities as I'm flowing. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you learned something new, and feel free to reach out with any questions on the links down below. Have a good night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where it's practically fall. You know, the summer just seems to have come and gone. It's been cool and nice and dark. Let me just put this thing back in my head so I can hear you talking. It'd be an interesting program if I just had to read your lips, but I don't think it works that way unless you have a camera too. So we're here for the next hour to look through the magical window of the tarot and maybe discuss a few esoteric points. Get a little magical work done. You know, this is a good time for it because, as I mentioned last week, magical work is about positive energy, and the world sure needs positive energy. You know, there's another guy going nuts with a gun today. It happens. Why, we don't seem to know. I think there might be more productive ways to work out a person's anger. But, you know, now speaking of which, this is an urban nightmare. Can I tell you about this one? This is New York City, so we live one on top of each other. You know, we are in apartment buildings. And we had a neighbor downstairs, right below us, who went into business for herself. I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not going in that direction. People would pay her starting at about 5:30 in the morning on their way to work to yell and scream and bang things and pound things and howl and scream. Well, needless to say, that ended up in court, which didn't go too well. We had a screwball judge. See, a lot of people don't know this about judges. A trial lawyer will tell you that judges tend to be the stupidest people in the whole system. It's just the way it goes. You know, there's no way around that. And during the hearing, this guy started going on a tirade, not about me, not about my wife, not about the neighbor, but about Sammy's Romanian restaurant. And there was nothing you can do. You know, my lawyer just sat there nonplussed. He's just, because you can't say, Your Honor, you're out of your freaking mind. You know, that doesn't work. You end up because judges have dictatorial powers. They can hold you in contempt immediately and jail you. So that didn't work. One day, if I ever meet you over a glass of water, that's what I'm reduced to now. I can't touch the other stuff. I will tell you how I solved that problem. But I got this nuisance out of there within a few days, after dealing with it for almost a year. I was able to handle that, and I'm not necessarily proud of what I did, but I meant it. And so, you know, sometimes you do it. A man's got to do what he's got to do. Didn't John Wayne say that somewhere along the line? So yeah, that's an urban nightmare. We also once had a Vietnamese hooker sleeping in our vestibule. And now, if you knew what New York tenements from the 1800s are like, you'd laugh. The vestibule is, you could touch both walls without bending without straightening your elbows. You know? But we asked her if she would please leave. These are the New York stories. They're very strange. It's a strange town, you know. But it's a small town, and you're likely to run into people you haven't seen in years at any given moment. Yeah, they're likely to turn up in your life, and that happens. It's funny. It's strange, but it happens. So, you know, I have no idea what drives people to kill, but I do remember what I felt like when we had these people screaming every morning, Monday through Friday, starting at 5:30 in the morning and stopping at about 8:30 or so. It was so, you know, it was so eerie to have a scream therapist beneath you. And of course, it was crazy. It was crazy making, and I went crazy. In other words, you know, I used craziness to take care of the situation. Anyway, that I'll tell you that story sometime when we're alone. This is not something for public consumption. But here we are, getting ready to look through the cards and see what's going on in the world, see what we can do about the world. It's a nutty world. You know, politics has broken completely. We now have one party saying that the other party is an existential threat to democracy. So we're going to do exactly what they're doing. I find that funny. That's amusing to me, that kind of thing. It's what you call irony, but irony is very overused. Everything news readers, TV news people are trained to say in their stories, and the irony is, and then they go ahead and delineate something that is anything but ironic. It's generally hypocritical, but it's not ironic. They don't know what irony is. Just for the sake of argument, irony is a literary term. You know what else is a literary term? This is fun. This has been hijacked because you can't stop hearing this. Gender is a literary term. Words have genders. There's 3 genders in linguistics. There's masculine, feminine, and neuter. And that's it, you know. That's the answer to the question when people say, how many genders are there? And they say, well, there's 37,822. No, there's 3 because gender... I don't know why I'm even bringing this up. You probably had your fill of this stuff. But gender is a literary term. That's it. It's a semantic term, that's all. You might want to look into general semantics, it's called. It's a fascinating subject. See, when you do this, the air quotes, that comes out of general semantics. It's fascinating. Of course, you know, it doesn't take much to fascinate me, apparently. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, I make my own soap, so anything is fascinating to me. I'm stifling the hiccups here. It's not a good idea. I think I broke one of broadcasting's cardinal rules, and I gulped down some ginger ale before coming on. So if you start hearing rattling, rumbling, it's not a death rattle. It's my ginger ale rattle. I shouldn't have done that. I know, but I've only been doing this 15 years, and I haven't learned yet what the rules are, right? I don't like rules that much anyway. They say rules are meant to be broken, and of course, that's what we have prisons for. So it brings us right back to people shooting each other. I've never shot anyone. Okay, let me put it that way. I've never wanted to shoot anybody. Nobody's ever made me that angry that I wanted to shoot them or stab them or anything else like that. It's a highly non-creative solution to problems, but it will take care of your room and board for quite a while if you get that far. So these are just the random thoughts that go through my mind while I'm waiting to speak to you. I'm shuffling the cards so you can see and hear. Oh gosh, I've been knee deep. Speaking of soap, in a new soap product. Yes, you didn't think there was any more left, did you? But I've got a new one. No, it's not like, whiskey flavored soap or anything like that. It's you can wash your mouth out with that, right? No, this is I'll tell you about it in a week or so when it's ready to go. But it's a beauty. I love it. And if you want to know more about all the things that I do and the things that I offer and the products and the bonuses I'm working on some interesting bonuses. They're totally irrelevant. Like for selling the shaving soap. If you buy a certain number of shaving soaps, I'm going to send you a CD. Yeah, some people still use CDs. There are some people who believe in physical media. I'll send you a CD of classic barbershop quartets. That ought to get the doors back. Yeah, get people breaking down the doors, right? You know, I don't know. What's it going to turn out like this, right? Let's see. Is that this? Not quite the reaction I wanted, but there you go. So we'll get into that. I have a couple of books that I've been restoring for like a year. So I better get back to those. I'm letting you all down. But I got sidetracked with this soap thing. I got sidetracked by this soap thing because I got so annoyed that the only good, solid, affordable, that's the key word there, shaving soap went out of business because of inflation a couple of years back. There were 3 of them left. One was called Williams, one was called Marvy, and the other one was Amer Fresh. They were gone. They're just gone because the profit margin was not good enough. So I figured out a way to make my own and sell it for $4.99 a piece, like this. Hey, there's my new menthol soap. You knew I was going to do that. You knew that. That's what. Yeah. But that has become my favorite soap because I miss menthol shaving soaps. And if you don't shave with a mug and a brush and soap, you ought to give it a shot. It's really fun. I enjoy it. It's relaxing. It takes a chore and makes it into a ritual. You can read about it in my book, which you'll find at mojoacademy.org. Called you just look at the page called The Manly Art of Shaving. Do that, and I think you'll enjoy it. I know that the 5% of the people who shave that way would enjoy it, but that's hardly a market to tap into. So I'm not in it for the money. It's a labor of love. So anyway, we're all shoveled up now. I've been babbling for 12 minutes, so let's do this. Let's ring our bell 3 times to declare sacred space for in which to us to operate. And just a moment ago, I was talking about general semantics. And then I come out with 4 in which to operate. Oh, God. Now I need that. So that's all my high school English teachers from the grave. Here we go. And now let's pull the curtain back on the magical window for our first caller, Dee in Massachusetts. Hi, Dee. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you doing? It's good to hear from you.
Oh, I'm glad to be heard. What can I do for you?
Yeah. Well, I have a mixture of questions. I want to see if I'll ever become famous and successful.
Do you really want that?
37 years. I would love to be the next Oprah.
Well,
yeah.
I'll level with you. I mean, most of the people I know who've committed suicide wanted that, and they got it. They got famous and successful and killed themselves.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, not most of the people who did that, but most of the people I know who did bump themselves off. You see, now this is a nice, positive, cheerful start to a conversation, isn't it? Because I used to tell people over the years, because I was in the entertainment business for a long, long time, what you get when you become rich and famous, which is essentially the modern goal, is you have no problem paying your bills, but everybody knows who you are and hates you. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's not the thing that you expect it to be. I've seen it firsthand. I mean, I liked the fact that I had just enough success in the entertainment business to get really good tables at impressive restaurants, but not enough that people would bother me on the street. See, that's the way I.
Yeah.
So, because I was a working screenwriter, and I could walk into certain well-known saloons around here and be treated like a king, but that didn't last terribly long either. So I would rethink what you want is to just do the thing that you do best. And if you become rich and famous as a result of it, that's a byproduct. If that's your goal,
Right.
it messes people up if that's their goal, is what I've found. You know, the happiest person I knew, and I asked him about it. I asked him years ago. I said, you wanted this and you got it. How you doing? And he said, I love it. It's great. It was Jerry Seinfeld. But he wasn't setting out to be rich and famous. He just wanted to be a comic, you know, and the more he grew, the better he got it. But now he's stuck in what's called comedy hell, which is no matter what he does, people will laugh. So he can't tell if he's funny or not. There you go,
That's
right?
a hell to be at. That's a blessed hell.
So I'm not saying don't do it. And it can, first of all, it can be done. I've known a lot of people who became very famous, quite famous, extraordinarily famous, and some put so that they don't talk to me anymore. But they you know, look, they I mean, I know there there was a very funny moment in my first marriage, which was a fiasco. But a bunch of us were at a table in a nice little restaurant having dinner, the family, and the woman to whom I was married mentioned Elliot's friend George, and she told a story, and then it dawned on her brother-in-law, the brother-in-law, who George was. And he looked at me like I was a freak and said, "You know George Hearn?" Now, I don't know that that's ever been a household name, but he's pretty well known for a while. And that's what happens, is that, you know, it's like a guilt by association thing. Fame is a very screwy thing, you know, and once you got it, you're stuck with it. Now, if you enjoy it, that's cool. You know, I've seen people who love it. I tell you, I have seen people who just really love it and know how to handle it. Jay Leno know how to handle fame. I mean, if he was waiting for an airplane and fans came to talk to him and he had to miss the plane, he'd miss the plane, rather than tell the guy, "I can't talk to you, I got to go." Because that would say, look, he wouldn't talk to me. That would be bad. So he knew the rules of the game. You got to know the rules of the game. Somebody ought to write a book on how to be famous, because there are rules there that once you break them, you're in trouble. Anyway, that's obviously not why you called. So you want to see if that's in your future? Let's look. How's that?
It's no big deal. Maybe it's meant to be a stay-at-home mom. That'd be nice. That'd be a great alternative.
I've known people who did that, you know, and enjoyed it. But let's just see what's cooking here, okay? I'll shuffle them up one more time. Now that I've put every dreary possible thought in your head. Now, there's a good one. That's the card, the Four of Cups. There's something unexpected coming your way, and it's going to make you feel really good.
Cool.
It's something you want, maybe something you're hoping for. There's an opportunity. You don't see it yet, but you will. And it's going to work out pretty well for you. The next card is the King of Swords, which means you'll be in control of your mind mentally, which is important, because the next card is the Nine of Swords, which is sorrow, followed by the King of Cups. So the King of Cups and the King of Swords tells me that you will master yourself mentally and emotionally. The sorrow card, that could just mean that when you get what you want, it'll be sort of bittersweet. I don't think it's going to, I don't think in this it's referring to tragedy and horrors and all of that, you know, the stuff I just spent 6 minutes delineating. You know, it's nice to talk to a person about her deepest desires and mention suicide, isn't it? But the next card is the Star, which is hope and optimism. So you have a good chance of getting what you want. Lots of money here, 10 of coins, happiness, joy. So you may get what you want and enjoy it. So that's good. There you go. I don't see anything. I don't see anything negative there, except there'll be a bittersweetness there. Well, of course, when you gain things like fame, you give up privacy, and that can be bittersweet.
All right.
I'm debating telling a story I knew about a famous actor, because I knew his limo driver, and I won't mention the name, but he was he was quite famous playing a lawyer on television. Let's just leave it at that. And he used to dress, when he came to New York, he would put on women's clothing and dress like a woman so that nobody would stop him on the streets. He wasn't a very attractive woman in that sense, but he was a wonderful guy by all accounts. But that was his one little thing, that he did that so nobody would bother him. Don't be careful. Be careful what you tell your limo driver when you get there. When you become as successful as you want, be careful what you tell the limo drivers, okay? Because they don't shut up. Okay. Anything else you want to look at? Why don't you tell me a little more, because I've been monopolizing this, and I apologize for that, but I'm in a chatty mood.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm 37. Do you see me getting into a relationship? I've been single and celibate for the past 3 years. And that's been a struggle because I really like to be married and have kids.
I had a caller last week who said the same exact thing. That wasn't you, was it?
Yeah.
No?
It could have been.
Oh, last week?
Might have been.
Because 37, single for 3 years. Well, let me put it this way. There's the world. That's a card of assured success. Okay, now, the Eight of Swords is here. It means you're feeling stuck right now. And obviously you are. But that's going to change. Things are coming your way. Now, the Knight of Coins and the Three of Coins are here, which tells me that good stuff is going to happen to you in terms of working and income and money, which is definitely not the field you're asking about, but it couldn't hurt, right? But you will reach. This is a card of success. The Six of Rods. So I think you're going to be doing all right. Okay, I think you're going to be fine.
Awesome.
So that should, I want to pull one more card out here for you and see what we get. Yeah, well, you see, that's the point. This is exactly it. This is beautiful. This card, the Six of Swords, is a person getting from where she is to where she wants to be using her own mental energy. And remember, you got the King of Swords, which means you mastered the intellect, and you're fine. I think you're going to get everything you want. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for calling.
Thanks for being there. Have a great session. I'll be listening.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that doesn't let the callers get a word in edgewise. And apparently today I'm full of babble today, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe because I took a nap all day, or most of the day. I just like sleeping sometimes. Courtney in California, in Olivehurst. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Courtney?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. What can I look at for you?
I mean, I'm really not sure, so just kind of like whatever, I guess.
Okay, well, let's see what we've got here. The first card I have is the Three of Cups, and followed by the Eight of Swords, the Five of Cups, and, well, this is pretty good. This is good stuff here. There's changes coming in your life, and they're going to be okay. You've got two of the most powerful cards here, by the way, in the deck. You've got the Fool and the Magician. This is very important. Because the Wheel of Fortune indicates change, and everybody's happy to hear that until they say, well, wait a minute, is it good change or bad change? So I never tell people about that card until I see the other cards, and it'll be good. The Three of Cups tells me that there's something happening that's going to come about because of people you know. Something is happening because of your friends, and something is going to reach completion. It could be a job, it could be romance. It might be romance because the cups are there. It might have something to do with the affairs of the heart, or it could just be something emotionally satisfying that you like to do. But right now, things are at a standstill for you. The Four of Swords is kind of a pause. A lot of people think it means death, but it's really about waiting and just taking your time. The Five of Cups is here. Did something go wrong in your life recently?
Yeah, a lot of things in my marriage.
Okay, I was going to ask about especially romance because these are cups and that's what it's about. Well, the Five of Cups, a person is looking at 3 spilled cups, which means that would be a relationship that didn't work. Behind her are 2 cups that are full. So it's a partial loss. It's not going to hit you as bad as you may think. And at some point you'll turn around and you'll see those other cups and things will work out better for you. So you just need to take time to deal with it. This is fairly recent, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, I understand. I mean, I was in a really bad marriage, and the thing that shocked the hell out of me was how upset I was when it ended. I mean, I should have been really happy at that moment, but it was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you know exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, the Wheel of Fortune follows that, which means that's changing. Now, these are the 2 cards you got after that, are the Fool and the Magician. Now, let me tell you about those cards. The Magician has great spiritual protection, and the Fool has great spiritual protection. The Fool card is the person who is the beloved of God. If there's anything bad in these cards, it would eliminate that bad stuff, that card. The Magician is the person who can take spiritual power from above, metaphorically speaking, and use it here down on earth. So you're fine. You're headed towards that now. That's the growth. That's the change coming in your life. You're going to be a very strong, spiritually protected, powerful person. And
good to know.
and with that comes responsibilities, which you can either accept or not. Nobody's forced to deal with it, but I think that you're ready for it, and you'll like it. Now, there's the Chariot. Notice how after the Wheel of Fortune, they're all major cards. The Magician, the Fool, the Chariot, these are major cards, we call them, as opposed to the suit cards, which are the same as hearts and clubs and all that in regular cards. The Chariot is a person who's dealing with conflicting things and makes them move in the direction she wants. Now, that takes strength. But you've got that strength, and you'll do well. But you're going to come out of this fine. This sadness, this disappointment, the sorrow. You are going to emerge a whole new, powerful person. Okay.
Okay.
Think about that and keep that in mind, because, like I said, you can accept it or reject it or use part of it, but you're oh gosh, the Empress, the High Priestess. I'm sorry, not the Empress, the High Priestess. That's it. That's the one. The High Priestess and the Magician. It's a marvelous combination. You see behind the veil the things that are separating this life from the other life. You may have mediumistic abilities. You're very spiritual, and it's going to come through. One more, which is also a major card, is the Hermit. Keep an eye out for somebody who's going to guide you. Somebody will guide you. You will find a spiritual guide, because you're in a period of renaissance. You're coming into a period of rebirth. Now, what's the first thing we do when we're born? Is we scream and cry. It's not pleasant. And I think that rebirth goes the same way. It's very difficult. Even in the Gospels, there's the line, "Take this cup from me." It's very hard. But the benefits are extraordinary. You are morphing, but it was there all along, into an extraordinary person. And you've got a lot to give to the world, and you're going to do it. I've never seen such power in a reading following disappointment. It's almost as if what happened to you, they all say, well, it's for the best. It means it in this case, it will be. Here's the Justice card, the Lover's card. The Lovers means you have a choice between the sacred and the profane. The Justice card, I think you're going to be bringing justice to the world. I think that you're going to be almost a dispenser of justice. in a spiritual way. So, please keep in touch with me at any time if you want. You can get my email through ask1radio.com, and I'll be happy to look at some more cards for you, because you're heading for a journey, a powerful, powerful, powerful journey. There's the High Priestess
Yeah, and
again.
I've kind of already been like the shift. You can kind of feel when things are starting to shift, and I've already been feeling that shift of like certain things opening up. So I'm definitely like those cards definitely resonate with how I feel.
Please check this out again. You can hear the audio at the archives at askoneradio.com, or you can see the video at Moonstruck TV. It'll be up later tonight or tomorrow. But listen to and look at this reading, because it's very important, because you are at a really important point in your life, and and things are going to break your way very well, and you're going to share that.
Thank you so much.
Hey, these are your cards, so I find it exhilarating myself. I just shuffle them up again, and there it is, the Fool again. So your destiny, it'll be what you make of it, but you'll have power. You'll have the power to do that. Thank you so much for calling and giving me the chance to read your cards. I feel
Thank you.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. What a powerful, powerful reading. And the idea that all of the cards after that disappointment were major cards. I mean, this is why I've been doing this since the early 80s. I never tire of it, and I never take it for granted, and I'm always amazed by the cards. Always. This is just marvelous stuff. And if you want to know more about what I do, go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And you'll see 100 and something pages there of various things that I do and offer, and a lot of free stuff, and many books to look at, and all kinds of things. If you want to learn how to read the cards yourself, you go over to mojoacademy.org and check out the book called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You can find that at eBay also, at my eBay store. You'll find links to that at my website. And please, consider it, because it's the kind of book I wish I had when I was learning this. And this has done nothing but enrich my life. I've only been warned once about how evil I am. But a very religious person said to me, "The Bible says you can't do that." And I said, "No, the Bible says you can't do that." Yeah. I was not a member of his particular religion, so there you go. Anyway, Sadie in Gainesville, Florida, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Sadie. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let's see what we can do to make you feel a little better than just good. How's that? What can I look at for you?
Do you do mediumship?
Sure. You want to try to contact somebody?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see what we get. I usually look for certain cards to show that I'm on the right track.
Okay.
Obviously the Death card, and a few others too. Well, this is a card I always get when I do this kind of reading. It's the Nine of Swords.
Okay.
And so now this the Six of Swords shows a person crossing over some water, which is good. That we can take that symbolically to mean that crossing over. Was this a sudden passing this person had?
Yes.
Because I've got the tower struck by lightning, which is a sudden, abrupt pow. Now here's the thing.
Right.
This goes along with that with the Six of Swords. It's the Eight of Cups, which is going somewhere else. Well, we're talking about going to another realm of existence, as you know. The way these readings generally go is they start off sad, and that's why the Nine of Swords comes first. And then they get happy. Well, there's the death card I got now. That's the one that tells me that it does. The temperance card also. That has an angel on it. So those are cards that I look for.
Okay.
Now this is the next card. It's almost always shows up. It's the sun, health, healing, happiness, and growth. The message is the message this person wants to get through, as I read it, is it's sad that I crossed over. That's the swords here. It was abrupt, but I'm healing as a spirit and growing, and there's happiness where I am. Now this is an interesting card, which means the worst is over. So if there were troubles in this person's life, it's done. The next card is the Judgment card about a rebirth, which all points to happiness in the next level of existence. Okay, this is important, I think. I get that so many times that I expect to see the Nine of Swords when I do this, and I expect to see the sun. The message is we're all sad. I know you're sad that I'm gone. I'm sad that I had to leave like that, but I'm growing as a spirit, and I'm changing, and I'm evolving and developing. This is the next card is just another one that confirms it. It's the High Priestess. That's the person who sees behind the veil, and we're looking behind the veil. So I'm now getting just confirmation cards. So the message is, the worst for me is over, and I'm growing, and I'm doing better, and I will be back. I will be reborn. Okay?
Okay.
I hope that helps.
It does.
I will light a white candle later to send positive energy to you and to the spirit. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And let's shuffle them up. Geez, I never did readings like that in the 5,820 years I've been doing this, until I got to Ask One Radio, and I figured I'd give it a try, and it worked. Why not? Now this 5,000 years thing is only a half a joke. When people ask me how old I am, and you can do the same thing, you can tell them the same thing. I tell them I'm 4 billion years old. That's how old my DNA is. Yours too. The DNA has been handed down, and now and epigenetics now tells us that DNA is encoded with past experiences. So somewhere in there, I'm carrying all the experiences of my ancestors, and I'm pretty much happy that they're leaving me alone. But maybe I'll try to access that one day. Maybe I shall. I can tell you a very funny story about my grandmother, but it's a little ribald, and I don't think I want to get into that right now. My poor old grandma. Anyway, she lost everything in the Holocaust. All the land, the property, everything they were just yanked away from them, from that family. And my mother and her sister and her mother, they just came back to America because my mother was an American citizen, oddly enough, and she had forgotten that. Got her right back here, safe and sound. So many coincidences in life. Megan in Montreal is next. Hi, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Megan, you with us?
Hello.
Hello. Is this Megan in Montreal?
No, this is Leslie Grace in Montreal.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't spell Leslie Megan, do you?
No, I don't, but I was talking to somebody Meagan tonight.
Okay, well, there you go. That's maybe we got our spiritual wires crossed. What can I look at for you, though?
I have to make decisions about some court actions, class actions, or individual, if you want to look at that.
Well, I think, yeah, I see. You're caught up in a kind of a bad situation. I see. There's the devil card. There's some powerful people involved. Is that so?
Well, I am being gang stalked, and yes, I have been abducted a few times, so.
Yeah, well, it's not.
I need to do some class actions or some actions individually.
I've also got the Five of Swords, which means that there are people in your life who are not looking out for you. Okay, I do think something is going to happen to change this. That's this card, the Eight of Rods. The Five of Swords is a very down card about people. Oh, brother, this is a good one. This is the card you hope to get in cases like this. Justice. The Justice card is yours. That means you may do very well with this. Are you handling these cases yourself, or do you have a lawyer?
I was hoping you could tell me if I would be able to find a lawyer, where they are, if I'll find them within the next month.
Well, yeah, a lawyer is very important. I'm married to a lawyer, and when she had to do a lawsuit, she got herself a lawyer. It's very important to have a detached professional.
There was a government employee involved in not doing their job, so they made sure I didn't get the counsel that I needed. If your wife wants to call me, she can.
Oh, she's not practicing it now anymore. So that we're both just retired country folk living in the heart of New York City. I'm seeing the possibility of a good outcome for you, which is this card here, the Ten of Cups. The Ace of Swords is about using your mind to fight and get what you want. So the world is a card of success. So I think there's a good possibility that you'll do well. Call the local bar association and talk to them. Have you done that yet?
Yes, and actually 4 years ago, the referral line sent me an email saying that there was no lawyer in all of Quebec that would ask police for a security videotape that they were hiding.
Oh, brother. Well,
it was only a convicted kidnapper who had chased after me after 1:30 in the morning, leaving her children behind, and the two dads didn't know that the police kept it hidden.
Keep plugging away, because this is a card I've had a couple of times tonight, the Four of Cups. That means that something unexpected can come up out of nowhere and take care of what you want. I will definitely light a candle to send positive energy your way about this, all right?
Thank you so much.
Take care now. Bye-bye. And we're shuffled up, and let's see if we have a bit of time here. Humberto in Chicago is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Doing good.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I'm just dealing with an ankle injury, and right now I'm dealing with some financial stuff at the moment. Right now I don't know what's in it for me in the future, honestly.
Well, right now nothing much is happening. It's at a standstill right now. What's going on? In the future, overall, this is the Nine of Cups. That's a card of abundance. So that bodes well. That's for sure. The Nine of Rods is here. That's a card of somebody who has been around the block, so to speak. You know what you're doing. Oh, and here, of course, This is two in a row now. Yeah, you're prepared. That's what it means. You know what to do and what you have to do. This is the card of justice, which means that justice is coming for you, not for you, in an ominous sense. You know what I mean? Justice is coming to your side, because there's nothing negative here indicating that. If there was, I would phrase it more delicately than that. That's for sure. But here's another card which is important, which is the Temperance card. That means that balance will be restored to your life. things have been out of whack in your life for quite a while, correct?
Yeah, it's just pretty. It's just good, and then it's just bad, and I don't know at this point. It's just so weird, so whack.
Well, somebody who worked, and I believe he worked in Chicago for the Hearst organization in the 1920s, was asked in an interview to define life. And he said, life is one damn thing after another. And that was exactly right. Here's a card that's good. This is what I mean, like it bodes well. This is the card of healing and health and growth and happiness and success. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to require strength. That's what this card is, strength. But I think you'll come out okay. I think you have a good chance at dealing with this. And it'll restore balance to your life, and it will make things 1,000 times better. So this is very important, okay? Keep that in mind, that you have some very good cards here. In fact, I have here this card that is really ugly, but it's good. This card, the 10 of Swords, means the worst is over. Life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're going to get up, and you're going to win at some point. You're going to, don't count yourself out, okay? Because that's a choice that if you make it, it won't be your best choice. Okay, you don't want to do that. You want to stay in the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang in there, and we'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
That's what I'm here for. So listen, anytime you need anything, just drop me a line at my email. You can find that under ask1radio.com, and I'll be happy to maybe pull a few more cards for you as this goes along. How's that?
Yeah, sounds like a perfect plan.
Great. So I look forward to hearing from you sometime. And no charge, of course. I'm not drumming up business here. We'll just consider that an extension of this free reading. How's that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Okay, great. Look forward to hearing from you, Umberto. Bye-bye now.
All right.
And folks, that's it. We've burned up the cards. We've come to. Yeah, that would be a great ending for a show, wouldn't it? If I just set the cards on fire at the end of every show, just pow, it'd be costly. I get some tarot decks here that are valued at about $200-300, and I don't think I want to burn those. I sold some of those very expensive card decks, but they were only a few bucks when I bought them, but I knew what they were and I hung on to them. So that's it now. This is the part of the show where I wrap things up in a neat little bow. I'm glad that you stuck around. I look forward to, you have no idea how happy I am to be with you every week. I look forward to this. It makes my day. Makes my week. I missed so many shows last year, and I want to mention that because there's a point to this. You go to my website, magic-works.com, and look at my rates for private readings. They're not very expensive, but they're less expensive than that now because I cut them in half. I cut them in half because I cheated everybody out of readings last year. And I don't like cheating out of readings. But I do have a good excuse. I was dying. And the doctors had to open me up and patch me up and put me together and do all kinds of stuff. I think I know more doctors now than I've ever known in my life. And I get phone calls from doctors all the time for some reason. They seem to be, I don't want to say drumming up business, but I'm kind of suspicious about it. I'll stick with the doctors I've got, but I'm in that loop, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm alive. That's why I can walk up the stairs. And in honor of not being dead, I sincerely hope I'm not. I don't want to be one of those guys who finds out at the end of the movie that I am dead. Bruce Willis used to live right across the street from here, by the way. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to see dead people. But in honor of the fact that I am alive and kicking and doing well, I definitely cut my prices, slashed them in half. Any more than that, I'll end up paying you to do the readings. There you go. That's the way to do it. I only said there you go 3 times today, I think. I'm starting to wean myself of this new verbal tick for some reason. So we, like I said, I go to my eBay store is taking shape. I had a big battle with Amazon and just said, adios, baby, hasta la vista, sweetheart. And left, and now I'm moving everything to Amazon, and people are buying things, which is nice. I'm happy with that. I have about a dozen items there now, but I'm going to put more up there. I have this personality flaw called being freaking lazy. I don't push things. I like to relax. But you can go to it's tiny.cc/mojo-bros /dash. Now I got to start over. See? Old man's losing his grip. Mojo-bros-store. tiny.cc/mojo-bros-store. Mojo Brothers Store. And there'll be some interesting books coming along there. And you go to my website and see all the books I've got. You go to mojoacademy.org. There is a book there that will change your life, I'm telling you. And there's also fun stuff. I mean, it's not all serious. It's not all about changing your life and all. But if you're interested, there's. I sent one off the other day, a copy of Hunches. I mentioned this in the show last week, and some people listened, so I got to send some out. Hunches is my favorite book that I was asked to maybe write a foreword to a new edition of it. And I said, you're kidding me. It's perfect the way it is. Just let it go. And it was just republished. That's all. And it delineates all the various psychic powers that people can have and how to develop them. And it's a dream book. That's the thing. Dream books have kind of fallen out of favor, but I like dream books. You just look up what you dreamed and it tells you all about it. Or should that have been dreamt? If I'm going to bring up general semantics, I better know the difference, right? So check out Hunches. I really like that one. And that would have to be one of my favorites. And it's another book that you'll find there, which it's always topical, although it's like 100 years old almost. It's Bryan's last speech, William Jennings Bryan's last speech, in which he explains why he has a bone to pick with evolution. And it's not because he's a Bible-thumping troglodyte. It's a very serious thing. It's a speech he was going to give at the Scopes trial, but he died. Anyway, that's it. We're out of here in a minute and change. So remember, it's mojoacademy.org for the books and the shaving soap. It's magic-works.com for everything I do. And I will be back with you next week so we can take another look through the magical window as we read your tarot cards. Until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Life is in your hands. Bye-bye now.
Thanks for watching Moonstruck.